Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Inherits Senju Seal. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Once upon a time in the Hidden Leaf Village, a unique tale began to unfold. This story centers around Naruto, the son of Tsunade Senju, who was not only a legendary ninja but also a member of the esteemed Senju clan. Unlike many tales found online, this one explores a different path for Naruto, one filled with hope and resilience. In this version of events, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, and her beloved Dan are alive, bringing a sense of family and support to her life. However, as the story progresses, the shadows of fate loom, and Dan's journey will take a tragic turn. When Dan and Tsunade unite in marriage, he chooses to adopt her last name, symbolizing their deep bond. Naruto's arrival into the world comes a year after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War, a time of rebuilding and hope. As Tsunade, Dan, and Shizune decide to leave the village for a while, they carry with them the dreams and aspirations of a brighter future. At the tender age of 7, Naruto returns to the village, filled with determination and the spirit of a true leaf ninja. In this narrative, Minato and Kushina, Naruto's parents, play a significant role, although their fate mirrors the original story, leading to their eventual departure from the world. Their son, Menma, is introduced, adding another layer to the intricate web of relationships and destinies. As the story unfolds, it will delve into the challenges and triumphs of Naruto's journey, exploring themes of family, legacy, and the bonds that tie us together. The adventure is just beginning, and with each chapter, the excitement grows. Stay tuned as this tale of courage and connection continues to develop. "Today's the day, my very own wedding," Tsunade said. She stood nervously in her traditional Japanese wedding kimono, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called. Shizune entered, her expression bright. "Milady, are you ready?" she asked. I think so," Tsunade replied. "Oh, milady, you look beautiful. You've been waiting for this moment since you met my Uncle Dan, and he loves you." "There's nothing to worry about," Shizune reassured her. "I know, but I'm nervous. I thought this would be easy, just walk down the aisle, exchange vows, and that's it. But now that it's actually happening, I didn't realize it would be this hard," Tsunade confessed. "You'll be fine. Now, Dan is waiting," Shizune said, guiding Tsunade out of the room. As they reached the doors, Hiruzen approached them. "Are you ready?" he asked. Tsunade nodded. Hiruzen signaled to Tsunade's grandmother, Mito Uzumaki Senju, who smiled and began playing the bridal march on the pipe organ. Tsunade took a deep breath and stepped through the doors. As she walked down the aisle, her brother Nawaki scattered rose petals on the floor. There stood Dan at the altar, looking handsome and smiling at Tsunade. "Wow," he thought to himself. "Oi, calm down, Dan. You can do this." Tsunade reached the altar and stood in front of her bridesmaids. "Hi," she said softly. "Hi," Dan replied, both of them smiling. Mito approached the newlyweds. "Congratulations to you both. Look at you, my baby girl, all grown up and now married to a handsome young man," she said. Tsunade and Dan blushed. "Thank you, Bachon," Tsunade said. "Thank you too, Mito-sama," Dan added. "Please call me Bachon, you're my grandson now," Mito insisted. Dan blushed again. "Thank you, Mito-bachon," he said. Mito smiled and walked away. "Congratulations, you too," a voice called from behind them. It was Jiraiya. At first, Jiraiya had felt a pang of jealousy toward Dan because Tsunade had chosen him, but over the years, seeing how happy Dan made Tsunade helped him move past that jealousy. Now, he wished them many happy years together. "Thank you, Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "So, when's the honeymoon?" A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead, and she clenched her fist. "I want to know how many children you two will have." Jiraiya joked, laughing. In a flash, Tsunade used her superhuman strength to send Jiraiya soaring into the sky, shouting, "That's none of your business." Meanwhile, Dan stood in the background, blushing. A year after the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade found herself standing in the bathroom, staring at 4 positive BGMI tests. "Oh, Kami-sama," she murmured. "How will I tell Dan? What will he think? Would he want the baby?" Deep down, Tsunade felt joy at the thought of starting a family with Dan, but she also recalled stories about the challenges of BGMI and childbirth. "I have to tell Bachan," she decided. Once at her grandmother's house, she walked in and called, "Bachan, are you here?" "I'm upstairs," Mito yelled back. Tsunade climbed the stairs. "Bachan, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Mito asked. "This morning, I found out that I'm pregnant, and I don't know how to tell Dan or how he'll take it," Tsunade confessed. "Oh, congratulations, my dear. There's nothing to worry about. Just tell him. He loves you and will be overjoyed to know that his wife, the love of his life, is expecting. I felt the same way when I found out I was pregnant with your mother. When I told your grandfather, Hashirama, he fainted. When he woke up, he was so happy that his legacy would continue with me, and he became very protective," Mito laughed. Tsunade joined in. "It's hard to picture him fainting." "Thank you, Bachan, for helping me." "My pleasure, dear," Mito replied. 3 hours later, Dan returned home from a mission. "Tsunade, I'm home," he called. "I'm in the back." Tsunade shouted back. Dan walked to the back garden and found Tsunade. "Hey," he said, kissing her on the head. "How was the mission?" she asked. "Tiring but successful," he replied. "That's good. There's something I need to tell you." Dan sat beside her on the bench. "What is it?" he asked. "Well, you know how we were talking about starting a family, right?" "Yeah." "Well, Dan, I'm pregnant. I found out this morning." Dan sat in shock. "Dan, aren't you happy?" Tsunade asked, her worry evident. You're pregnant?" he stammered, then a smile broke across his face and he began to laugh. "Do you want to keep the baby?" Tsunade asked, still unsure. "Yes, of course I want to keep the baby," he exclaimed happily. He hugged her tightly, lifted her off the ground, and spun her around. They both laughed, and suddenly Dan shouted, "I'm going to be a father," so loudly that the entire village heard. Later that evening, the village celebrated the news of a new member joining the Senju clan, a future prince. I want to clarify what I plan to do in the following chapters. When Naruto is born, I want him to arrive in spring, as he will inherit his great-grandfather's wood style. After researching the Japanese calendar, I found that the first day of spring in Japan is from February 5th to May. According to my plans, Thursday is associated with the element of wood, known as mokuyobi in Japanese. I want Naruto to be born in April, which symbolizes a flower of the genus Deutzia in Japan. A Deutzia is a flower native to Eastern Asia, with the highest species diversity found in China. This is how I determined Naruto's birth date. Thursday, April. Time skip, 8 months into Tsunade's pregnancy. Tsunade and Shizen walked through the village supermarket, picking up sweets. "Ooh, Shizen, let's get some sata andagi, dango, daifuku, mochi, and some pocky. If only I could find some snake." "Tsunade-sama, don't you think that's a lot of sweets?" "No, it's not my fault. The baby wants it." As they walked, they passed a ramen shop. "Ooh, Shizen, let's get some ramen." "Milady, you still need to eat healthily." "As I said, it's for the baby." "Oh yes, it's definitely for the baby," Shizen thought sarcastically. An hour later, Tsunade and Shizen returned home. Tsunade was tired, so she went to sleep. Later that evening, the entire village was awake, celebrating the Cherry Blossom Festival. A month later, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and Tsunade was due to give birth any day now. On April 5th, everything changed. Tsunade and Shizen were walking through the village for some fresh air when Tsunade's feet began to hurt. "I need to rest," she said, and they both sat down. "Are you all right, milady?" Shizen asked. "Yes, I'm okay, just tired," Tsunade replied. After a few moments, Tsunade felt an urgent need to use the restroom, but as she stood up, her water broke. Tsunade gasped. "What's wrong?" Shizen asked. "My water broke," Tsunade said, panting. Suddenly, 5 ANBU landed in front of them. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" one of the NBU asked. No, I need to go to the hospital, my water broke, she said. Anbu swiftly took Tsunade to the hospital, with Shizun following closely behind. Once they arrived, the nurses sprang into action. Tsunade had been in labor for over an hour, expressing her discomfort and calling out, "Where is my husband?" Just in time, Dan rushed into the room. "Tsunade, I'm here," he shouted. One of the nurses instructed, "Okay, Tsunade-sama," with the next contraction, "push." Time skip. After a challenging labor, Tsunade and Dan finally got to meet their son face to face. Dan's injured hand was being treated while the nurse took their son's blood to determine his blood type. During this time, Tsunade shared a special moment with her newborn son. "What should we name him?" Tsunade asked. "Naruto," Dan replied. "We're not naming our son after a ramen topping." "No, not after a ramen topping, but a whirlpool. I thought of it because he's part Uzumaki, and the Uzumaki come from the land of whirlpools. Whirlpools are strong, just like he will be, especially with your strength." Just then, the nurse returned. "Tsunade-sama, Dan-sama, your son's blood type is B, and we also found some surprising results." "What is it?" Dan asked. "It appears that your son's blood is the same as your grandfather's, Tsunade-sama." "What do you mean?" Tsunade inquired. "I mean there's a 100% chance that your son will inherit the wood style." Both Dan and Tsunade's eyes widened at the news. They exchanged glances. "See, with the wood style, Naruto will also have water style," Dan said to Tsunade. "You know what? Naruto is an excellent name." It was now April. Naruto was born the day before, and everyone in the village wanted to see him. However, only Hiruzen, Shizun, Nawaki, Jiraiya, and Mito were allowed to visit. "Oh, look how handsome he is," Mito said. "Well, he gets his looks from his father," Tsunade remarked, causing Dan to blush. "He's going to be a real ladies' man," Jiraiya said with a grin. "I'm going to teach him well." "Absolutely not," Tsunade exclaimed, trying not to wake Naruto. "What? He's going to have all the girls. He needs to know how to impress them," Jiraiya insisted. "He is not going to have any fangirls." "Not if I can help it," Tsunade declared. "Well, he has Senju blood, so he's going to be good-looking," Mito pointed out. "Bachan, you agree with him?" Tsunade asked. "Well, don't you want grandchildren?" Mito replied. "Not from them." Tsunade insisted. "Why don't we let Naruto decide?" Nawaki suggested. "You're not going to marry one of your fangirls, are you?" Tsunade asked Naruto in a baby voice. Naruto whimpered in his sleep. "See, he's scared of the thought of fangirls," Tsunade said. "We'll see when he's grown up," Hiruzen said. Time skip. 1 year later. In the middle of April, the village was lively and bustling. Why, you may ask? Because the village was not only celebrating the Cherry Blossom Festival but also Naruto's birthday. Now old enough to start walking, the whole family went out to celebrate. The entire village finally got to see their little prince. Women crowded around Tsunade to catch a glimpse of Naruto. "Ah, he's cute," one woman exclaimed. "I want one," another said. "Can I have him?" Yet another chimed in. "See, he's not even a teenager, and he's already attracting girls," Jiraiya laughed. Naruto began to cry, prompting the women to coo, "Ah, don't cry," which only made him cry harder. Tsunade, being a protective mother, shouted, "Stay away from my son," scaring them all away. "Just wait until he hits his teens," Nawaki teased. "Don't you dare start with me," Tsunade warned her brother. "I won't let them take advantage of my little Naruto-kun. They'll only want him because of his bloodline, as he's the Senju heir." "The right girl for Naruto will come along," Mito said. "Hopefully, because the Senju clan needs to continue." "You'll give me grandchildren, right, Naruto-kun?" Tsunade asked. Naruto simply stared at his mother in confusion. "Dear, Naruto is too young to understand what that means," Dan said to Tsunade. "Even though I have to agree, I would like to be a grandfather." Later that evening, Tsunade and Dan went to the Hokage Tower to speak to Hiruzen. Hiruzen heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said, and both Tsunade and Dan walked in. "Ah, what can I do for you two?" Hiruzen asked. Sensei, we have something important to tell you, Tsunade said. What is it? Hiruzen inquired. Okasama, Tsunade and I have decided to leave the village, Dan said. Hiruzen stared at them in shock. Why? He asked. For Naruto's safety, Tsunade explained. We have a feeling that the enemies of this village will try to capture or harm him once they find out that he's the Senju clan heir. Hiruzen sighed. I understand, but where would you go? He asked. We don't know, but we need to get out of here, Dan replied. When will you leave? Hiruzen asked. Tonight, Tsunade said. So late that night, Tsunade, Dan, and Shizun left the village in hopes of keeping Naruto safe. It was now morning in Konoha, and everyone was wondering, where is Tsunade? The villagers went to the Hokage and asked if he knew about Tsunade's departure and her whereabouts. Of course, he knew that she had left, but he didn't know where she was. No, I don't know where she is, I didn't even know that she left, Hiruzen said, half-lying, as the villagers were too trusting to see through it. He got away with it, but with Jiraiya, that was a different story. Sensei! A loud, angry voice yelled through the Hokage tower. Hiruzen was startled awake. Man, all this work makes me tired, he muttered. Sensei! The voice yelled again, this time more furious. Hiruzen recognized the voice. It was Jiraiya. Oh, he said, and just then, Jiraiya burst through the door. Why am I scared? I'm the Hokage, the strongest ninja in the village. I can handle him, Hiruzen thought, but when he saw Jiraiya's face, all that confidence vanished. Jiraiya, why are you here? Hiruzen asked. Don't give me that innocent act, Sensei. You know why I'm here. Jiraiya exclaimed. Where is Tsunade? I don't know, Hiruzen replied. What kind of Hokage doesn't know the whereabouts of one of his own ninjas? Jiraiya said, growing more furious. I'm telling the truth, I don't know where Tsunade and Dan are, but I knew that they left and I know why, Hiruzen explained. Why did you lie? Jiraiya pressed. I didn't really lie, I just told half the truth, Hiruzen said with a smile. A tick mark formed on Jiraiya's forehead. Just tell me why they left, he said, irritated. Tsunade and Dan left because they wanted to keep Naruto safe, Hiruzen said. What do you mean? Naruto is safe here in the village, Jiraiya argued. Tsunade and Dan don't think so. They believe our enemies will find out that he is the Senju heir and will either try to capture or harm him, Hiruzen explained. The village would never let that happen. We could have all the ANBU protect him, Jiraiya insisted. I'm sorry, but it's too late to change anything, Hiruzen said. No, it's not. I can easily find them and make them change their minds, Jiraiya declared. No, Tsunade and Dan know what they're doing, Hiruzen replied. Why would you let them leave? Jiraiya asked. Even if I tried to stop them, do you think all of the ANBU could have stopped her? Hiruzen countered. Jiraiya sighed. You're right, Tsunade is too strong for them, especially when she's trying to protect her son, he admitted. Let's just hope that they are all right and keep our little prince safe, Hiruzen said. In the land of tea, on a nice sunny day, a little family lived on the outskirts. It had been 3 years since Dan, Tsunade, and Shizun left Konoha. Inside their large compound, Tsunade was preparing a traditional Japanese breakfast. Dan walked down the stairs. Good morning, he greeted Tsunade. Good morning, she replied. Something smells good. What are you cooking? He asked. Steamed rice, miso soup, and rolled egg omelets, Tsunade answered. Wow, you went all out. So, what's the occasion? Dan inquired. We're going to start Naruto's training, Tsunade said. Ah, so you finally got over your worrying, Dan teased. No, I'm a mother. A mother always worries about her children, no matter how old they get. When Naruto is older and out on a mission, if something happens to him, he could get seriously hurt, and we wouldn't find out until later. Children should be burying their parents, not the other way around, Tsunade said. Then why are you going to train Naruto if you worry about what might happen? Dan asked. We're starting his training because Naruto said he wants to be a ninja, Tsunade explained. When did this happen? Dan asked. About a week ago, Tsunade replied. Breakfast is ready. An hour later, Shizune came downstairs. Good morning, she greeted both Dan and Tsunade. Good morning, they replied in unison. The three of them sat down at the table and began to eat. A minute later, Naruto walked down the stairs. Good morning, Kazan, Otusan, Shizune, he exclaimed. Good morning, they all replied. Did you sleep well, Naruto? Dan asked. Yes, I did, Naruto said. Naruto, I have something to ask you, Tsunade said. What is it, Kazan? Naruto asked. How do you feel about starting your training today? Tsunade inquired. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement. Really? I'm about to start my training, he asked, his enthusiasm palpable. If you want to, Dan said, smiling at his son. Yes, I want to start now. Naruto yelled. He began to eagerly devour his breakfast, determined to begin his training as soon as possible. Dan, Tsunade, and Shizune chuckled. Slow down, Naruto, or you'll choke. All done. Naruto exclaimed after finishing his meal. All right, go brush your teeth and change, Tsunade instructed. Time skip a day before. In the land of fire, everything had been peaceful for the past 4 years. Everyone still wondered about the whereabouts of Tsunade and their Senju prince. Jiraiya had decided to start traveling again for research and perhaps to find his legacy. He made his way to the Hokage Tower to inform the Hokage of his departure. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he knocked on the door. Come in, he heard a voice say, and he entered. Sensei, Jiraiya greeted as he stepped into the room. I have something to tell you. What is it, Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked. I'm going to start traveling again, Jiraiya replied. Why? Hiruzen inquired. I can't stay in one place. I need to see new things. While I'm traveling, I can do research and hopefully find my legacy, Jiraiya explained, thinking to himself, and maybe find Tsunade along the way. That's not all, Hiruzen said. What? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. I know you better than that. You're going to try and find Tsunade, Hiruzen stated. Look, Sensei, I just need to know that she's all right, and I want to see how much Naruto has grown. You can't say you're not at least a little worried about her, Jiraiya said. Hiruzen sighed. All right, you can leave, but send her my regards. I wish I could come with you. I know and I will, Jiraiya assured him. As Jiraiya walked toward the village gates, he spotted Mito. I wonder what she's up to, he thought. Good morning, Mito, he greeted her. Mito turned to see Jiraiya and replied, Ah, good morning, Jiraiya. Noticing the travel pack on his back, she asked, Where are you heading? Thinking quickly, Jiraiya replied, I'm going to find Tsunade. If I had said I was going to do research, she would have had my head, he thought, knowing Mito was aware of his true intentions. You better not be going to do your so-called research, Mito said suspiciously. No, I'm only going to look for Tsunade. Jiraiya said nervously. Good, because I'm coming with you, Mito declared. Great, now I can't do my research, Jiraiya thought to himself. I don't think you're in shape for traveling, Mito-sama. I may be older, but I'm not that old. This might be the only chance I have to see my granddaughter, Mito said determinedly. All right, you can come along, Jiraiya conceded. Let me pack some things, Mito said. 10 minutes later, Mito and Jiraiya arrived at the Senju family compound. As they walked in, Nawaki greeted them. Bachan, I was worried. Where did you go? He asked. I went out to get some fresh air, Mito replied. Nawaki's gaze fell on Jiraiya's travel pack. Where are you going, Jiraiya? He asked. I'm going to find your sister, Jiraiya answered. And I'm going with him, Mito added. But Bachan, Nawaki started, but was cut off. No, I'm going with Jiraiya to see Tsunade, and that's final. You will stay here to watch over the compound while I'm gone, okay? Okay, Nawaki said, feeling defeated. If you can, please bring her back. We'll try, Jiraiya promised. In the land of tea. In the middle of the forest, 2 individuals stood in a clearing, Tsunade and Naruto. Okay, Naruto, before we get into serious training, we first have to focus on molding your chakra, Tsunade said to her son. Molding my chakra? Naruto asked, confused. Yes. Molding one's chakra is very important. The training I'm about to teach you is called chakra control. This will help you learn how to use your chakra effectively. The chakra control practices I'm going to teach you will also be covered in the academy, so this will give you a head start. First, we're going to do the leaf concentration practice, Tsunade explained. What's that? Naruto inquired. This training method involves placing a leaf on your forehead and directing all your chakra onto it. This helps keep your mind from becoming distracted, Tsunade clarified. Sounds easy enough, Naruto said confidently. We shall see, Tsunade thought to herself. As Naruto practiced the leaf concentration method, Tsunade pondered how to distract him. Suddenly, Taunton wandered into the scene, and an idea sparked in Tsunade's mind. Hey Taunton, come here, she whispered. Taunton approached her, making a little pig noise. I need you to do something for me, Tsunade instructed. After Tsunade explained her plan, Taunton walked over to Naruto, who had his eyes closed, focusing on the leaf on his forehead. Taunton glanced back at her master with uncertainty. Tsunade nodded encouragingly. With a sigh, Taunton began to tickle Naruto, causing him to lose his concentration. The leaf fell to the ground as Naruto erupted into laughter. Taunton, stop. I can't. Estupé. Naruto gasped between laughs. Taunton paused her tickling. Why did you do that, Taunton? Naruto asked, still recovering from the tickling. I told her to tickle you, Tsunade chuckled. Why, Kazan? Naruto asked, feeling a bit betrayed. I did it to show you how easily you can lose concentration, Tsunade explained. But if you keep practicing this method, you won't be easily thrown off by distractions, and you'll learn to use your senses. Tell me, what are the 5 senses, Naruto? Sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, Naruto listed. Good. Now, which of those senses will you use while doing this training method? Remember, your eyes were closed, and you were sitting on the ground, Tsunade said. Using his brain, Naruto thought about what his mother had just said. Eyes closed and sitting on the ground. That eliminates sight, taste, and smell. So that leaves hearing and touch. Hearing and touch, Naruto answered. Exactly. Let me give you an example of why it's those two. Imagine you're in a dark cave, trying to find your way out. Since the cave is dark, you can't see anything, so that eliminates sight. If there's no scent in the air, that eliminates smell, and if you can't taste anything, that eliminates taste. So you're left with hearing and touch. You would feel along the walls to avoid bumping into anything and listen to your surroundings, hoping to hear a noise that could lead you to the exit. Oh, I get it. But how do hearing and touch come into play with this type of training? Naruto asked. While doing this method of chakra control, your eyes are closed, and you can't taste or smell anything. So you need to rely on hearing and touch. Imagine you're on a mission, and your enemy has blinded you. You would listen for their footsteps to gauge how close they are, or if they're light-footed, you would rely on touch. There are shinobi called sensors who can detect the presence of others by sensing their chakra. You can also feel vibrations in the ground to determine how far away your enemy is. While you concentrate, I'm going to sneak up on you and try to distract you. Listen to your surroundings and see if you can sense me coming up behind you, okay? Tsunade instructed. Okay, Kazan, Naruto replied. As Naruto focused on channeling his chakra into the leaf on his forehead, Tsunade quietly tiptoed behind him. While concentrating, Naruto couldn't hear his mother, but he felt a strange sensation, as if he were growing stronger by the second. He sensed someone approaching, feeling vibrations in the ground and waves of emotion behind him. Just as Tsunade was within arm's reach, Naruto said, I feel you, Kazan. I sense your emotions and the vibrations of your footsteps. Tsunade was taken aback by her son's words. So he's a sensor type, she thought. That's excellent, Naruto. Now we know you're a sensor type, Tsunade praised. But are you easily distracted? She wondered. Keep concentrating, Naruto, she encouraged. Naruto did just that. What is one of Naruto's weaknesses? Tsunade thought. After a minute, she had an idea to distract him. I should probably make some ramen for dinner tonight, Tsunade said loudly enough for Naruto to hear. Ramen? Naruto exclaimed, instantly losing focus. Tsunade smiled, knowing her plan had worked. Naruto realized what she had done, and his excitement faded as he became gloomy. Great, Naruto thought to himself. After 5 hours of training, Naruto finally completed the leaf concentration practice. In the land of tea. It was the morning of the next day, and the Senju family was enjoying breakfast. Tsunade thought it would be a great idea for them to stay inside and relax, giving Naruto a day to rest. Tsunade and Shizen walked to the supermarket to pick up some desserts. After 10 minutes of shopping, they started heading back home. As they approached the outskirts of the village, they sensed the presence of 2 strong individuals. They looked in the direction of the approaching figures and took a defensive stance, ready to draw their kunai and sunban, just in case they were enemies. The 2 unknown individuals stopped as they neared the edge of the forest. It was too dark for Tsunade and Shizen to see their faces. "Come on out, we know you're there," Tsunade called out. After a brief moment, the 2 emerged from the forest. It was Jiraiya and Mito. "Hey," Jiraiya greeted. "Nice to see you again, Tsuchan," Mito said with a smile. "And nice to see you too, Shizun." "Bachan, Jiraiya," Tsunade exclaimed, surprised. "Nice to see you, Jiraiya-sama, Mito-sama," Shizen replied. Time skipped to the Senju compound. Dan, Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, and Mito were all sitting in the living room, conversing over tea. "So, where is our little prince?" Jiraiya asked Tsunade. "Yes, where is Naruto-chan?" Mito inquired. "He's upstairs," Tsunade said. "Naruto, come downstairs, we have visitors," she called. "Do I have to?" Naruto whined from above. "Now." Naruto's POV. "Do I have to?" "Now." "Great," he sighed. "Now I have to hide this mark on my forehead. What is this mark anyway?" "It looks like the one on Kazun's forehead," Naruto thought to himself while looking in the mirror. Naruto ruffled his hair so that his bangs could cover the mark. "Coming," he yelled back to his mother. End of Naruto's POV. Everyone was waiting for Naruto to come downstairs. After about 30 seconds, he appeared and spotted the 2 visitors. "Naruto, this is Jiraiya, my old teammate, and this is Mito Uzumaki Senju, my grandmother," Tsunade introduced. "Hello," Naruto said shyly. "Hey, champ," Jiraiya greeted. "It's nice to see you again, Naruto," Mito said happily. "We've met before?" "Sorry, I don't remember you," Naruto replied, confused. "Of course you don't remember us. You were just a baby," Jiraiya said, noticing Naruto's confusion. "I'll make more tea," Shizen said as she walked back into the kitchen. "Come sit down, Naruto," Dan invited. Naruto sat down between his parents. "Look at you, grown up to be a handsome young boy. How old are you, Naruto?" Mito asked. 4, Naruto said, blushing. "So, you're my mother's Oba-chan." "Yes, I am. You may call me Oba-chan, Naruto-chan," Mito said with a smile. "Hi, Oba-chan," Naruto replied, still blushing. "And you can call me Aji-san, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a big grin. "Hi, Aji-san," Naruto said, smiling back. "You know, Naruto-chan, our family is almost like royalty," Tsunade said to keep her son engaged. "Your mother is right, Nair. You and your mother come from 2 strong clans, the Senju and the Uzumaki," Mito added. "Really?" Naruto said, amazed by what he had just heard. "Yes, let me tell you the history of our family," Mito said. Naruto gave his Oba-chan his full attention. As he listened, something caught his eye. He noticed that she too had the same mark on her forehead as the one he had discovered that morning. Kazun must have inherited it from her, Naruto thought. Shizen returned with another tray of tea and set it on the table. "I was once the princess of the Uzumaki clan in Yuzushiogakure no Sato, the village of the Uzumaki clan." "Wow," Naruto said, amazed. "I know, amazing isn't it?" Tsunade said with pride. "I wish I could meet great-grandfather and uncle," Naruto said, feeling a bit sad. "Hashirama would be proud to have you as his great-grandson, and Tobirama would also be proud to have you as his great-nephew," Mito said, hoping to lift Naruto's spirits. "You really think so?" Naruto asked, doubtful. "I know so," Mito replied with a smile. You said that Uzushiogakure was the home village of the Uzumaki clan, and now that I know I'm part Uzumaki, do you think we could go there? Naruto asked eagerly. The 5 adults exchanged glances. I think that's a good idea. Traveling to Uzushio would be like a family road trip, and it would also be educational for Naruto so he could learn more about his clan, Dan suggested. I guess we can, Tsunade agreed. Yatta! Naruto shouted, thrilled that they would get to go to Uzushio, making all the adults laugh at his enthusiasm. Time skipped to later that night. Jiraiya and Mito were staying over for a week to spend time with Tsunade and her family. Naruto was in his room getting ready for bed when his mother walked in. Time to go to sleep, young man, Tsunade said. Hi, Naruto replied. Once Naruto was tucked into bed, he called out, Cousin. Yes. Tsunade responded. Something weird happened today, Naruto said. Tsunade's motherly instincts kicked in. What happened? She asked, concerned. This strange mark appeared out of nowhere on my forehead, Naruto explained. Weird mark? Tsunade said, confused. Naruto pushed back his bangs, revealing the mark on his forehead. This, he said. Tsunade stared in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her son had unlocked the strength of 100 seals at the tender age of 4. It had taken her until she was 17 to unlock it herself. Cousin, Naruto said, looking scared. His voice brought her back to reality. There's nothing to worry about, Naruto. Go to sleep, I'll explain in the morning, okay? Tsunade said, trying to calm his nerves. Tsunade kissed Naruto gently on the forehead, right on the blue seal. Good night, Sochi. Good night, Cousin. It was early in the morning, and Tsunade and Mito were the first ones awake. Bun, I have some news, Tsunade said to her grandmother. What is it, dear? Mito asked, intrigued by what Tsunade had to say. It's about Naruto, Tsunade replied. What about Naruto? Did something happen to him? Is he okay? Mito asked, her voice filled with concern. Calm down, Ban. Something did happen to Naruto, but he's fine, Tsunade reassured her, trying to ease her grandmother's worries. Last night, when I was tucking Naruto into bed, he told me that something happened yesterday morning. Bachan, Naruto unlocked the strength of 100 seal. Mito stared at Tsunade in shock, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Her grandson had unlocked the strength of 100 seal at just 4 years old. It had taken her until her 30s and Tsunade until age 17 to unlock theirs. This changes everything, Mito said, still in disbelief. Jiraiya and I were planning to stay here for a week, but now it seems we'll be here longer than expected. I know you will train Naruto to control his newfound strength, and I will help you with that. I know more about the seal. Have you started training him yet? She asked. Yes, I taught him the leaf concentration method, Tsunade replied. Good, at least he will know how to use his chakra a little, Mito said. Do you think it was the leaf concentration method that helped him unlock the seal? Tsunade asked. It's a possibility. He probably stored up chakra in his forehead while practicing the method. He must have a huge chakra reserve, Mito explained. He does. When he was training, I felt how much chakra he has. It's almost like Aji-san, Tsunade said. That's strong, huh? That's all Uzumaki blood right there, Mito said with pride. Tsunade laughed. Around 8 o'clock, everyone in the house was awake and eating breakfast. While they ate, Tsunade and Mito kept glancing at Naruto. Once he finished his food, he noticed his mother and grandmother looking at him, which made him curious. Why are they looking at me? I can't be in any trouble. I just woke up, and I usually don't get in trouble, Naruto thought to himself. After about 20 minutes, they all finished eating. Naruto, go brush your teeth, Tsunade instructed her son. As Naruto went upstairs, Tsunade and Mito shared the news about Naruto with the others. It looks like that trip to Uzushio is now mandatory, Jiraiya said. Yes, I think Uzushio is the best place to train Naruto for now, Mito agreed. But we only packed enough clothes for a week. And it wouldn't be wise to return to Konoha. It might cause a commotion. I'll write to the Hokage to let him know we won't be back for some time, Jiraiya added. Don't worry, we will give you both some money so you can get more clothes. How long do you think you two should stay? Dan asked. 2 months. We need to go to Uzushio, train Naruto, and find him the best teachers there. Uzushio will see Naruto as a prince, just like Konoha, so I know they would want their prince to have the best trainers, Mito explained. Sounds like a plan, but we still need to tell Naruto what's going on so he doesn't worry, Tsunade said. The others nodded in agreement. Naruto, can you come down please? Dan called upstairs. Coming! Naruto yelled back. He ran downstairs. Naruto, come here, we have something to tell you, Mito said gently. Naruto walked over and sat with his Oba-chan. What is it? He asked. Naruto, we all know about the mark on your forehead. Your mother told me, and we informed your father, Shizune and Jiraiya, Mito said, moving his bangs aside to reveal the blue diamond seal on his forehead. Your mother and I are going to explain this seal to you, okay? Naruto nodded. First off, that seal is known as the Strength of 100 seal. It's an S-rank Fuinjutsu. This mark is the pinnacle of chakra control. It forms when vast amounts of chakra are stored in a specific point of the body, which is your forehead, Mito explained, gently poking him on the forehead. This mark allows you to perform techniques without wasting energy, and when released, the seal will spread, greatly amplifying the power of your techniques. Wow, awesome! Naruto exclaimed, amazed. It is. Now, the spreading of the seal is called Ninpo Sozo Sezei, Byakugo no Jutsu. It's a forbidden technique, accessible to those who have mastered the creation rebirth technique. This jutsu regenerates the user's wounds by accelerating cell division and heals any damage without using hand seals, making the user stronger than ever before, Tsunade explained. But since you're part Uzumaki, you have a long lifespan and a strong life force, allowing Uzumakis to recover from injuries and exhaustion in short PRDS. Once you master this technique, you'll be, in a sense, immortal, Mito added, with Tsunade nodding in agreement, causing the others to widen their eyes in shock. There is another technique called Infuin, Kai. The user can release any amount of chakra with this technique by dispersing the seal and pumping the stored chakra back into their body, and with any leftover chakra, the seal will reform, Tsunade said. The technique you must master to perform the Ninpo Sozo Sezei, Byakugo no Jutsu, is called Sozo Sezei. This technique is the absolute pinnacle of medical ninjutsu and the ultimate regeneration technique. By releasing the great volume of chakra stored in your forehead at once, your body's cell division is forcibly stimulated, reconstructing all organs and tissues. This technique doesn't regenerate old cells. It hastens the creation of new ones through division, and if gravely injured and unable to handle any more pain, the seal will restore to its uninjured state, Mito explained. The others were shocked by how powerful the seal was. They knew it was strong, but they didn't realize it was that powerful. Naruto, on the other hand, was fascinated by what he was learning, and being a smart boy, he absorbed everything he heard. There is something else I can do with the seal. It's called Katsu Moriojika. This is my summoning jutsu. When I use this technique, Katsu divides into smaller clones of herself and attaches to those who are hurt, starting to heal them. You will be able to do this when you put your name on the summoning contract, Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded, recalling all the times Tsunade had used that technique during the Second Shinobi War. We also want to inform you that we will be going to Uzushio so you can learn about the Uzumaki clan. You'll also be training there to master the seal, Tsunade added. I can't wait! Naruto exclaimed excitedly. And Jiraiya and Mito will be staying for some time, Dan said. How long? Naruto asked eagerly. 2 months, Jiraiya replied. Yes. Naruto cheered. 14 years have passed. When Naruto was just 4 years old, began to uncover the mystery of the powerful seal on his head and the power it contained. He traveled to Uzushio to train and learn about the Uzumaki clan. Now, at 18, Naruto is a special medical jounin nearing Kage level. After returning from Uzushio, Naruto and his family were ambushed by sound ninjas. To ensure his family's safety, Dan stayed behind to confront the attackers, sacrificing himself in the process. Tsunade decided not to remarry when Naruto was just 5 years old. A year later, Jiraiya returned for Naruto, bringing him back to Konoha to attend the academy. His uncle, Nawaki, became his sensei. Over the years, Nawaki taught Naruto everything he knew about their clan and its jutsus, making him one of the strongest in the village, second only to the Hokage. During this time, Naruto also learned medical ninjutsu from his mother. With perfect chakra control, mastering medical techniques came easily to him. His great-grandmother also taught him Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, making him a master of sealing techniques. Additionally, he learned to harness his Kekkei Genkai, Mokutan, elevating it to an A-rank jutsu. As the second most powerful person in the nations, after his mother, Naruto was widely respected. One day, while grocery shopping in his Jounin uniform, Naruto was greeted warmly by the villagers. They treated him with respect, recognizing him as their village's heir. He returned their kindness with friendly waves. After gathering his supplies, he headed back to the Senju compound. Though he could have easily secured his own place, the Hokage and the civilian council would have gladly provided him with a residence, even a compound if he wished. However, Naruto chose to stay with his great-grandmother and uncle, not wanting to be selfish. As he approached the front gates of the compound, 5 Anbu appeared out of nowhere. "Naru-sama, the Hokage wishes to speak with you," one of the masked figures said. "Great, can't get a day off," Naruto thought. "Okay, just give me a second." He instructed one of the guards at the door to take the groceries inside. The guard nodded and complied. Naruto and the 5 ANBU members used Hiration to teleport to the Hokage's office. "Ah, Naruto, how have you been?" Hiruzen greeted him. "Pretty good, but can you tell me why you called me in?" "I'm supposed to be working in the hospital right now," Naruto replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Leave us," Hiruzen commanded the ANBU. All 10 ANBU members in the room exited. "Naruto, I have a retrieval mission for you," Hiruzen said, handing him a folder. "There is a girl arriving from overseas. I need you to go to the docks and escort her back here." Naruto opened the folder, and a shocked expression crossed his face. "Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of Uzushio. She will be the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Naruto was speechless. Aside from his childhood visit to Uzushio, the only Uzumaki he knew was his great-grandmother. "Uzumaki," he stammered, still in shock. "She's your distant cousin, which is why I trust you to retrieve her," Hiruzen explained. "Okay, when do I leave?" Naruto asked. "Right now." "She will arrive in 20 minutes, Hiruzen replied. "All right, see you later," Naruto said, using Hiration to leave the office. At the docks, Naruto had been waiting for 20 minutes and was growing impatient. "They're late," he thought. Just then he spotted a large ship on the horizon. Finally, they're here. After a few minutes, the ship docked, and both Leaf and Uzushio Shinobi disembarked, along with a little girl with long red hair. "Sorry for the delay, Naru-sama," one Leaf ninja said. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and greeted the Uzushio ninjas. "It's nice to see you again, Naru-sama," one of them said. "Nice to see you again as well, Uzumaki-san," Naruto replied. He turned his attention to the girl, who was shyly hiding behind a man. "Hello, you must be Kushina. My name is Naruto Senju, and I will be your escort to Konoha," he said with a reassuring smile. Kushina nodded, a faint blush on her cheeks. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived back in Konoha. Naruto and the other Leaf ninjas signed back into the village at the gates. "Kushina, we need to stop by the Hokage's office to let him know we're here, okay?" he said kindly. "Okay," she replied shyly. After spending about an hour in the Hokage's office filling out paperwork to make Kushina a civilian of the village and enroll her in the academy, they finally stepped outside. Noticing how uncertain Kushina looked, Naruto wanted her to feel welcome. "Hey, Kushina, I know you're far from home and might feel out of place, but there's nothing to worry about. There's someone I want you to meet, my great-grandmother. She's also an Uzumaki, and I'm sure she would love to meet you," he said. Kushina looked up at him in surprise, realizing she wasn't alone in her clan. "Really?" she asked, suddenly excited. "Yes," Naruto replied, smiling. "Why?" she exclaimed happily. "Wait, if she's an Uzumaki and she's your great-grandmother, that means we're basically family, right?" Naruto chuckled. "Yes." Kushina gasped lightly, her eyes welling up with tears. To Naruto's surprise, she hugged him tightly. "It's nice to know I have an actual family," she said. Naruto looked down at her, feeling a mix of emotions, and hugged her back. "Come on, let's go," he said. They used Hiraishin to teleport to the Senju compound. At the Senju compound, Naruto and Kushina appeared at the front gates. The guards let them in upon recognizing Naruto. They walked into the house together. Once inside, Naruto encouraged Kushina to make herself at home. She settled onto the couch. "Would you like something to drink?" Naruto asked. "Water, please," she replied. Naruto went into the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and returned to hand it to her. "Thanks," she said. "No problem," he replied. "Hold on, I'll get my grandmother," Naruto called out as he walked halfway up the stairs. "Hey Grandma, there's someone here I want you to meet." The sound of slow footsteps echoed down the stairs, and Kushina felt a flutter of nerves. "Who is it, Naruto?" came a warm voice from below. "Grandma, please don't call me that in front of other people." Naruto whined, helping his grandmother down the last few steps. Once they reached the bottom, Kushina caught sight of the woman. She looked remarkably youthful for her age. "She looks like she's in her 50s, Kushina thought. "Ah, is little Naruto embarrassed?" the woman teased, a playful smile on her face. Kushina chuckled at the nickname. Naruto shot her a mock glare. "Kushina, this is Mito Uzumaki Senju, my grandmother." "Grandma, this is Kushina Uzumaki, she just joined the village," he introduced. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." "You look very lovely," Kushina said, trying to be polite. Mito's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a chuckle. "It's nice to meet you too, Kushina. To think I'm beautiful at my age, I'm in my 90s. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. The woman was in her 90s but looked like she was in her 50s. Naruto laughed at Kushina's expression. "Let me leave you two alone for now so you can chat," he said. For the next 2 hours, Mito and Kushina talked about their clans and shared stories about their lives. Kushina's profile. Name, Uzumaki Kushina. Age, 11. Date of birth, July 10th. Clan, Uzumaki. Village, Yuzushiogakuer no Sato. Family, father second Yuzukage adoptive, mother unknown, orphan. Rank, Yuzushio Genin. Missions, 15D rank, 8C rank, 0, B rank, 0, A rank, 0, S rank. Appearance, fair skin, violet eyes, straight back length Uzumaki red hair, round face. Naruto's profile. Name, Senju Naruto. Age, 18. Date of birth, April 5th. Clan, Senju partly Uzumaki. Village, Kanehagakuer no Sato. Family, father Dan Kato, mother Tsunade Senju, cousin Shizun Kato, uncle Nawaki Senju, great-grandmother Mito Uzumaki Senju, great-grandfather Hashirama Senju, great-granduncle Tobarama Senju. Rank, special medical jounin. Missions, 5D rank, 10C rank, 20B rank, 30A rank, 3S rank. Appearance, straight back-length blonde hair, a blue diamond-shaped seal on his forehead, dark green eyes. The sun was rising in Konoha, waking people up to prepare for the day. At the Senju compound, the family was ready to start their day, except for one little red-haired girl. Kushina was still asleep in the room Mito had given her, snoring softly. Naruto entered her room to wake her up for her first day at Konoha Academy. Dressed in his jounin uniform without the vest, he sat beside her on the bed, gently stroking her head. "Kushina, it's time to wake up." Kushina slowly opened her eyes, groaning as she turned onto her side. "Go away, I'm sleepy." Naruto sighed and playfully yelled, "Wake up," right in her ear. Kushina jumped up, wide awake, glaring at him. "Why did you do that?" Rolling his eyes, Naruto replied, "You wouldn't get up. Anyway, you have to go to the academy today, so wash up and get dressed. Grandma is making breakfast, and it should be ready by the time you come downstairs." "Really? The academy? I just got here yesterday," Kushina complained. "You want to catch up with the other kids, don't you?" Naruto asked. Kushina nodded. "Then stop whining and get ready. I woke you up an hour early so you wouldn't be late, but we've already lost 10 precious minutes," he said, walking out of her room. 15 minutes later. Breakfast was delicious, Grandma, Naruto complimented Mito. Thank you, Naruto, Mito replied with a smile. Uncle, are you going to the Hokage's office? Do you mind if Kushina and I come along? I have to go to his office anyway, Naruto asked Nawaki. No, I don't mind, Nawaki said, putting on his Jounin vest. Time to go, Kushina, Naruto said. See you later, Grandma, Nawaki said, giving Mito a kiss on the cheek. Kushina waved goodbye, and the three of them walked out the door. At the Hokage's office, Nawaki had already received his mission and left. Naruto was waiting to find out what class Kushina would be in. Classroom 12 is where Kushina will be, Hiruzen informed him. Naruto nodded and turned to leave when the Hokage called him back. Wait, Naruto, there's something else I need to tell you, he said. What is it? Naruto asked. You, along with Jiraiya, will be taking a genin team, Hiruzen explained. But what about the hospital? Naruto questioned. Don't worry, I've taken care of that. The formation of the teams doesn't start for another 2 weeks, so you'll still be able to work at the hospital until then, Hiruzen assured him. Are you serious? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, I'm serious. It's Jiraiya's team you're just helping. You have nothing to worry about. You can also help Kushina with her training if you want, Hiruzen added. But I'm a medic, Naruto hesitated. Your mother is a medic, and she could take on the whole village if she wanted to. In my eyes, medics are stronger than regular ninjas because they know the weak points in the human body. They can use that knowledge in battle, and with your mother's strength, I know you will make an excellent Jounin sensei, Hiruzen said, trying to boost Naruto's confidence. Fine, Naruto said, feeling a bit irritated. Also, I would like you to spend some time with the students in her class, help the instructor. It will make the kids happy, Hiruzen added. Naruto sighed. You may go now, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded and walked out the door. He found Kushina waiting for him in the hallway. Come on, we have 10 minutes to get to the academy, he said. He took Kushina's hand, and they both walked out of the tower. At the academy, Naruto and Kushina arrived just in time for him to fill out some papers confirming Kushina's enrollment. Once he finished, he handed them back to the Jounin at the front desk. As they walked down the hall toward classroom 12A, where Kushina was assigned, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, tightening her grip on Naruto's hand. Naruto sensed that something was troubling Kushina. What's wrong? He asked, kneeling down to her level. What if they don't like me? What if they make fun of me because I'm different? Kushina replied, her voice trembling with fear. Don't worry, I'll be right there with you. If anyone makes fun of you, just tell me and I'll handle it, okay? Naruto reassured her, trying to lift her spirits. In the classroom, Sango, the instructor, was attempting to calm the class down. Frustrated, she shouted, Everyone quiet down. The room fell silent. Good, now we have a new student joining us today, so please be respectful, Sango warned. You can come in now, she called out toward the door. The class turned to see a little red-haired girl enter, accompanied by none other than Naruto. Naruto-sama. Sango and the students exclaimed in unison. All the girls, including Sango, gazed at Naruto with admiration, while the boys tried to impress him. Hey Sango, the Hokage asked me to help teach the class, Naruto explained. Sango nodded in acknowledgement. So dreamy, thought all the girls in the classroom. Sango had a significant crush on Naruto, and he was well aware of it. After all, who wouldn't have a crush on someone so charming and kind? Look at those muscles, the girls whispered to each other, captivated. Sango shook herself back to reality and cleared her throat to regain the class's attention. Go ahead, sweetheart, introduce yourself, she encouraged Kushina. Kushina nervously looked up at Naruto, who nodded reassuringly, encouraging her to proceed. Gathering her courage, she faced the class and declared, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. She quickly covered her mouth, surprised at her own outburst. The class erupted in laughter. All right, that's enough. What do you want to be when you grow up, Kushina? Sango asked. Noticing Kushina's embarrassment, Naruto gently squeezed her hand, silently telling her it was okay. Feeling his support, Kushina took a deep breath and confidently announced, I'm going to be the village's first female Hokage. The class fell silent, taken aback by her bold statement. Then a blond boy stood up and said, I want to become a great Hokage who will be admired by everyone in the village too. Kushina stared at him, surprised. You can sit in the empty seat in the back, Kushina, Sango instructed. Kushina released Naruto's hand and walked to the back of the classroom, taking her seat. You're just in time, Naruto-sama. We were about to review the history of shinobi and the village. Feel free to join in, Sango explained. Naruto nodded. All right, can anyone tell me which clan started the history of shinobi? Sango asked. 7 students raised their hands, but Sango called on one. Minato. It was the Otsutsuki clan, he answered. Correct. Now why is that? Naruto chimed in, joining the discussion. 10 hands shot up. Shika, Sango called. It was because the first known member of the clan, Kaguya, ate the forbidden fruit from the god tree, which granted her chakra, making her the first living being to possess it, he explained. Look who paid attention in class, even though they were sleeping most of the time, Sango teased, causing the class to laugh. Now, if Kaguya was the only one with chakra, how did we end up with it? Naruto asked, raising the stakes. 12 hands went up. Hayashi, Sango called. Kaguya had children, 2 to be exact, Hayashi answered. Yes, and who were they? Naruto prompted. Hands raised again. Fugata, Sango picked. Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki, he replied. There are 4 clans that inherited something from Kaguya. Hagoromo, Himura, and Hagoromo's 2 sons, Indra and Ashura. These are the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans, Naruto explained. The students were astonished to learn that there were not just 2, but 4 clans descended from the Otsutsuki clan. Let's start with the Senju and Uzumaki clans. You all know the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He had a wife named Mito Uzumaki. Both the Senju and Uzumaki are descendants of Ashura Otsutsuki, Hagoromo's youngest son. Through Ashura, both clans inherited Hagoromo's body, granting them a powerful life force and chakra. Mito is my grandmother, which makes us a quarter Uzumaki, meaning Kushina is my distant cousin. My grandmother is in her 90s and will likely live to be over 100 because of the strong immune system the Uzumaki possess, Naruto elaborated. The class was shocked, except for Kushina, who had learned this back in Uzushio. Just in case you don't know, the Uzumaki clan originated in Uzushio-gakure. The village has an alliance with us because of my grandfather and grandmother's marriage. The Senju chose to symbolize their friendship by adding the Uzumaki emblem to Konoha's flak jackets, Naruto said, turning around to show them the emblem. Another reason for our alliance is that the Uzumaki are skilled in sealing techniques, which earn them respect and fear throughout the ninja world, he added. Next, we have the Uchiha clan. They are descendants of Indra, the elder son of Hagoromo. Through Indra, the Uchiha inherited Hagoromo's eyes, granting them powerful spiritual energy and chakra, Naruto explained. Yes, Indra and Ashura were brothers, which means the Uchiha and Senju clans are related. We all know that in the past, both clans fought, but that was because Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, sought peace through power, while Ashura, the ancestor of the Senju, desired peace through love, Naruto continued. And finally, we have the Hyuga clan. They are also descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, specifically from Himura, Hagoromo's brother. Their bloodline is the Byakugan, which originated from Kaguya and Himura. Being descendants of the Otsutsuki clan makes them distant cousins of the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Kaguya clans, Naruto concluded. The students exclaimed, wow, at the wealth of information they had just absorbed. So basically, the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans were one large family that split into 4, some summarized. You could say that, Naruto admitted. As future shinobi, it's important to learn about all the clans that exist and have existed in the shinobi world. I may not be your teacher, but I want you to study all the clans that used to be here and those that are still around in this village. By the time you graduate, I'll test your knowledge about the various clans, Naruto added. Naruto turned to Sango and said, "It's time for me to leave and get back to work." Sango nodded and addressed the class. Alright, Naruto-sama is leaving for today. What do you say? Thank you for visiting, the class replied. Naruto smiled and said, Kushina, I'll pick you up after school, okay? Kushina smiled and nodded. Naruto waved to the class and left, heading toward the hospital. It was now spring, and the students at the academy were preparing for their written and practical exams to become genin of Konoha. Kushina and Naruto walked toward the academy so Kushina could take her exam. Kushina felt nervous about the test. She worried she might fail and have to return to the academy. Although she was already a genin in Uzushio, moving to a new country meant starting over, which made her even more anxious. Don't worry, you'll do fine, Naruto said suddenly. How do you know I'll do fine? Kushina questioned. You want to become a kunoichi of Konoha, and you're an Uzumaki. Uzumakis don't give up, and that's how I know you'll be fine, Naruto replied with a serious tone. His words bolstered Kushina's confidence, assuring her that she would pass the exam. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of the building where the exam would take. Please, now go in there and make our family proud, Naruto said enthusiastically. Wyosich, Kushina yelled, walking into the building with newfound confidence. After 2 hours of waiting, the students Naruto had seen earlier emerged wearing Hitayatashi, Minato Namikaze, Mikoto and Fugaka Uchiha, Tsum Inazuka, Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shibi Aburame, Mabuki, and Kizashi Haruno, among others. But there was still no sign of Kushina, and Naruto was growing impatient. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Kushina burst through the doors, proudly wearing a hitayate on her forehead. Naruto, I passed Databane. Kushina shouted joyfully. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and he rushed to her, lifting her up and spinning her around. Wyosich. Naruto cheered with pride. He set her down and said, This calls for a celebration, with a big smile. Kushina's classmates and the parents of the other children gathered around to congratulate her. Congrats, Kushina. I knew you would make it, her best friend Mikoto said. Congratulations on adding another shinobi to your family, one of the parents remarked. Naruto-sama, your birthday is coming up. What are you going to do? Another parent asked. I really don't know, just that I plan to take some time off from work, Naruto replied. All the parents laughed. Come on, Kushina, let's go home, Naruto called to her. Kushina ran to Naruto and hopped onto his back for a ride home. As they walked, they chatted about the exam and what they should do to celebrate her graduation. At the Senju compound, they enjoyed ramen to celebrate Kushina's achievement miso and her favorite salt ramen, followed by dango for dessert. We're all proud of you, Kushi-chan. We knew you could do it, Nawaki praised her. Kushina beamed with pride. I think it's a great time to start your medical training, Naruto suggested. Really? Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yep, and I'll probably train you to HRNSS superhuman strength as well, Naruto said, raising his fist in determination. Yada! I always wanted to be as strong as you and your mother. Kushina cheered happily. You have 2 days off before returning to the academy, so I decided that tomorrow will be the day I start your basic training. You probably know this already, but just in case, once you go back, you'll have a survival test with the jounin assigned to your team. This test is the bell test. You either pass or fail, and if you fail, you go back to the academy. I know you don't want that, Naruto warned. Kushina shook her head in agreement. The key to passing this test is teamwork. You and your 2 teammates will need to work together to defeat your sensei. I know 2 days won't be enough to prepare you, but at least your punches will be a bit stronger, and hopefully, by then, you'll know some basic medical ninjutsu, Naruto added. Kushina nodded, feeling determined. Now go upstairs and get ready for bed if you want to wake up early for training, Mito instructed. Yes, ma'am. Good night, Kushina said, kissing everyone on the cheek. Good night, Naruto, Nawaki, and Mito replied. After Kushina went upstairs, Naruto asked, Oba-chan, when are you going to tell her? I'm waiting for the right time, Mito replied. Naruto, Nawaki, and Mito sat in silence after that. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Naruto quietly made his way to Kushina's room, careful not to wake his grandmother and uncle. He entered her room and gently shook her awake. Kushina, wake up, he whispered in her ear. Kushina groggily groaned and sat up in bed, glancing at her clock. What is it? It's 5 o'clock. The sun hasn't even come up yet, she said, still half asleep. I thought you wanted to train, Naruto prompted. At his words, Kushina jumped up, fully awake now. I do, she exclaimed. Good. I didn't wake up this early for nothing. Now go get dressed and meet me outside, Naruto instructed. After 5 minutes of waiting, Kushina finally stepped outside. Come on, we're going to the hospital, Naruto said. Both Naruto and Kushina walked to the hospital. At the hospital, they made their way toward Naruto's office at the back, greeting the nurses along the way. Once they reached his office, Kushina's eyes were immediately drawn to the shelves filled with seals and books. Okay, Kushina, the first thing I'm going to teach you is the mystical palm technique, but first, you need to know about human anatomy. Have you learned about that back in Uzushio? Naruto asked. Kushina nodded. Good. That means we can jump right into training, Naruto said. He walked over to his bookshelf, picked up a large scroll, and laid it on the table. After opening it and releasing the seal, a small, lifeless fish lay in the center of the scroll. Naruto, why is there a fish? Kushina asked, confused. This is the practice all medical nins did when they first started their training. The goal is to bring the fish back to life, Naruto explained. Bring it back to life? Kushina questioned. Yes, let me show you, Naruto said. He approached the table, placed his hands over the fish, and channeled his chakra into it. After 2 minutes, the fish began to flop around on the table. Wow, Kushina said, amazed. Naruto picked up the fish and placed it into the tank next to his desk. Then he returned to the bookshelf, retrieved another scroll, and released the seal to reveal another lifeless fish. In order to do this, you need to send the chakra from your hands into the fish. It would be the same if the fish were a person. You would just direct your chakra into the wound or affected area. But of course, we're starting small. To become a medical nin, you need high intelligence and excellent chakra control, and you have both because of your Uzumaki heritage. When you start training with your sensei, you and your teammates will likely get some bruises, and I know you won't want to come to the hospital for a few bumps and scrapes. That's why I'm teaching you medical ninjutsu. You'll be able to heal yourself and your teammates when you get hurt, Naruto explained. Now, I want you to focus on the fish and do exactly as I did, Naruto instructed. Kushina followed his guidance, closing her eyes and placing her hands over the fish. Now, think about healing the fish, bringing it back to life. Imagine your chakra enveloping the fish and healing it. Pour all your chakra into it, as if you're desperately trying to revive it, Naruto encouraged, his voice almost hypnotic. After 2 hours, Kushina shouted, Did it, Databane. Naruto jumped awake, startled, and turned to see Kushina with the fish flopping around. He stared wide-eyed and said, Put it back in the water before it dies again. Kushina quickly picked up the fish and dropped it into the tank. Squealing with excitement, she exclaimed, I did it, Naruto and I, and jumped on him, hugging him tightly. Naruto chuckled. I knew you could do it, but that doesn't mean you've mastered the technique. Come on. He walked outside with Kushina on his back. It was 7 a.m., the sun was high in the sky, and it was a beautiful spring day. Naruto led her to a small lake. He set Kushina down and said, Now that you can resuscitate a little practice fish, let's see if you can do it with a much larger number of fish. Taking a deep breath, he bit his thumb and formed the hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, Summoning Jutsu. A huge puff of smoke appeared, and when it cleared, a gigantic toad stood before them. Frog! Kushina screamed. The toad replied, I'm not a frog, I'm a toad. What's the difference? Kushina yelled back. As they bickered, they suddenly sensed a strong presence behind them. Turning around, they saw Naruto looking at them, irritated and furious. The expression on his face was so intense that it could rival even the scariest of situations. Stop acting like children before I treat you like children, Naruto said in a low, stern tone. Kushina and the toad gulped, shaking in fear. Sorry, they both said. Naruto calmed down and said, Bunta, I need you to bring as many fish here as you can. I'm teaching Kushina medical ninjutsu. Bunta puffed back into smoke, heading back to Mount Mayaboku to fulfill Naruto's request. After 10 minutes, Bunta returned, his stomach bulging with fish. He spat them out onto the ground. Okay, Kushina, just like in my office, I want you to resuscitate these fish. When you do, put them in the lake, and then I'll have Bunta bring back more fish. We'll see if you can heal them all at once, Naruto explained. So many fish to heal, Kushina said, unaware she had spoken her thoughts out loud. It shouldn't be that hard. The Uzumaki clan has incredible healing abilities and large reserves of chakra, so chop chop, Naruto encouraged. Kushina sighed and began healing the fish. After 5 hours, she successfully mastered the mystical palm technique. It was 7 a.m. in Konoha, and the village was bustling with activity. The Senju family was up, having breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. Naruto was dressed in a sleeveless shirt and shorts, ready to train Kushina in enhancing her punches on his day off. Hurry up, Kushina. Naruto called upstairs. Coming. Kushina replied. Naruto walked into the kitchen, where Mito was, and said, Okay, Oba-chan, we'll be back for lunch. Alright dear. Let me fix your hair, Mito said, turning Naruto around. Oba-chan, Naruto whined. Hush, Mito ordered, taking a hairband from her own hair, letting one of her buns unravel, and putting Naruto's hair into a ponytail. There, now your hair won't get in the way, Mito said. Kushina rushed down the stairs, exclaiming, All right, I'm sorry. She paused mid-sentence, chuckling at the sight of Naruto's hair. Naruto growled, Come on. At the training ground, Naruto explained, Okay, Kushina, we're going to do chakra-enhanced strength training. This technique involves focusing chakra into your hands and feet with precise control and releasing it at just the right moment. This should be easy for you since you already know how to focus and release your chakra from our medical training yesterday, but it will be a bit challenging. You'll need precise timing to pull it off. Kushina nodded, eager to learn. The goal of this training is to make you even stronger than before. You'll be so strong that you could defeat an opponent with a single strike, Naruto continued. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. This might seem like mere superhuman strength, but it's actually an application of medical ninjutsu and chakra control, Naruto clarified. Wow, Kushina said, impressed. Yeah, my mother possesses incredible raw strength. She can crush stones with just one hand using her muscle, Naruto added. You've got to be kidding me. Kushina exclaimed in disbelief. No, I'm serious. My mother uses her muscle strength when she's angry, but in battle, she channels her chakra into her punches. Don't worry, though, I won't use chakra. I'll rely only on my muscle, so it won't hurt as much, Naruto assured her. He pulled out a large scroll and released its seal, revealing 40 softball. Now, I'm going to throw or kick these balls at you. All you need to do is dodge. Try not to get hit, okay? Naruto finished. Kushina nodded, ready for the challenge. In an instant, Naruto created 5 shadow clones, and together they threw the ball at Kushina. She saw the ball speeding toward her and attempted to dodge, but she couldn't move away in time. You could have at least given me a warning. Kushina shouted, frustrated. When you're in battle, your enemy won't give you a warning before they strike, Naruto replied seriously. Now get back up and start again. This time be ready, he ordered. After 3 hours of dodging ball, Kushina finally mastered the technique. Taking a water break, Naruto sensed someone approaching from behind and warned Kushina. They turned to see a man with white hair coming closer. Aji-san, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Hey Naruto, I'm in the village for a special occasion. So you're training this girl? Jiraiya said, pointing at Kushina. I'm teaching her chakra-enhanced strength, Naruto explained. So, what's the occasion? Naruto inquired, curious. It's a secret, can't tell, Jiraiya replied with a grin. Naruto raised an eyebrow, suspicious but decided to move on. Alright Kushina, now we're going to focus on your punches, he said, creating one more clone. You need to defeat my clone. It only has half my strength, so it won't be as difficult as fighting the real me, but it won't be easy either. You'll be fighting in hand-to-hand combat, using only muscle strength, no jutsus, understand? Naruto clarified. Hi, Kushina replied. Yes, boss, the Naruto clone said. Begin. Naruto shouted, jumping back. After an hour and a half, Kushina finally managed to defeat Naruto's clone. Panting and sweating, she felt exhausted. Alright, that's enough. Let's go home. Good job, Kushina, Naruto praised. As they walked back toward the Senju compound, Jiraiya asked, So what are you going to do for the rest of the day? First, I need to finish Kushina's training. After that, I don't know, Naruto replied. As they entered, they heard a woman's voice. Took you long enough. They turned to see a woman approaching. Jiraiya smiled, Kushina gasped, and Naruto's eyes widened. Keika-sen, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. I'm here for the Cherry Blossom Festival and... Tsunade said, walking over to Naruto. She stopped in front of him, gently moving his bangs aside and kissing his forehead, right on the seal. Happy birthday, Naruto-chan, she finished. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes as he hugged his mother. Thank you, he said. They pulled away, smiling at each other. Tsunade cupped Naruto's cheek. Happy birthday, Naruto, Shizen said, stepping out from behind Tsunade to hug him. Thank you, Shizen, Naruto replied, returning the hug. Oink oink, Tonton said, expressing her own birthday wishes. Ah, thanks, Tonton, Naruto said, picking her up and cuddling her. All right, come to the table, lunch is ready, Mito called. After an hour of eating, the Senju family engaged in conversation. So, Naruto, you're training this girl? Tsunade asked. Yes, so far I've trained her in medical ninjutsu. She mastered the basics, and now I'm teaching her enhanced strength, Naruto explained. Would you mind if we all watched you two train? Mito asked. Not at all. Come on, Kushina, let's finish your training, Naruto said. The family walked to the back of the compound to the secret training ground owned by the Senju family. Once outside, Naruto explained to Kushina, Okay, we're going to focus on your muscle strength, no chakra. I'm going to throw these softball at you, and you need to hit or dodge them. When Naruto told her to get ready, Kushina focused intently. He created 5 clones, and they all threw the ball at her. Kushina managed to dodge all of them. Try to hit them back at me, Naruto instructed. Then he made more clones, and they threw the ball with even more force. After an hour of throwing and hitting, Kushina finally got the hang of it. Now I want you to put chakra into your hits, Naruto said, ready to take her training to the next level. I won't hold back this time, and neither should you, Naruto warned. Once again, Naruto created 5 clones and launched energy spheres at Kushina with such force that they created a loud sonic boom. After an hour and a half of intense training, Kushina finally mastered controlling her muscle and chakra strength. You're a great teacher, Naruto, Tsunade complimented as she tended to Kushina's minor injuries. Well, I learned from the best, Naruto replied with a smile. Are you ready to go again, Kushina? He asked. Yeah, Kushina responded, determination in her eyes. Okay, I'm going to show you something my mother did when she trained me, Naruto said, stepping away before returning with a large rock. You're going to throw rocks at me? Kushina exclaimed, wide-eyed. Do you think enemy ninjas will throw soft things at you? No, they'll throw anything that could harm you. Now stop complaining and get ready. All you have to do is punch the rock when I throw it to you with chakra, just like you did with the energy spheres, Naruto explained. Can you at least demonstrate first? Kushina asked. Naruto sighed and called his mother over. Cousin, can you help me out? Sure, Tsunade replied, standing up and walking over to him. Naruto handed the rock to his mother. Throw it at me, he instructed. Tsunade gathered chakra into her arm and hurled the rock at Naruto with full force. As the rock approached, Naruto raised his fist and struck it, shattering it into small pieces. Kushina watched in awe. I didn't even need to use chakra because I was born with my mother's strength. But with enough training, you'll master this technique to the point where you won't need chakra in your punches, Naruto said. Tsunade returned to the others as Naruto picked up another rock, preparing to throw it. Ready? He asked. Kushina nodded, her focus unwavering. Naruto gathered chakra into his arm and threw the rock at her. Kushina concentrated chakra into her fist, and as the rock drew near, she punched it, breaking it apart. Naruto and the others stared in shock at her success on the first attempt. It had taken Naruto an hour to get his punches right. Thus, it took me an hour to master this, but breaking a rock doesn't mean you've completely mastered the technique. Now, you're going to fight me, Naruto said with a playful grin. Kushina gulped, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. After 2 hours of sparring with Naruto, Kushina had successfully mastered chakra-enhanced strength, though she bore several bruises from the intense training. In this story, Kushina is a fast learner. She is now able to heal herself and others. Just because she has superhuman strength doesn't mean she possesses the strength of 100 seals. It was now nighttime in Konoha. The village was bustling with activity as everyone prepared for the Cherry Blossom Festival and celebrated Naruto's birthday. The entire Senju family, including Jiraiya and Shizen, was also heading to the festival, but first, they had a special stop to make. Yakiniku Q! Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The family entered the restaurant, and a waiter guided them to a private booth. As they settled in, the patrons around them cheerfully wished Naruto a happy birthday. Because today is a special occasion, your total will be 50% off, the waiter announced. That's wonderful, thank you. Naruto replied with a bright smile. After an hour of enjoying their meal and chatting, the Senju family prepared to leave. Tsunade and Jiraiya were a bit tipsy from sake when Naruto's attention was suddenly captured by a stunning woman, one who stood out even among the crowd. Naruto found himself staring at her while his family continued their conversation. His uncle, Nawaki, noticed his silence and followed his gaze. Ah, it seems Nair has a crush, Nawaki said with a smirk. The rest of the family turned to look at Naruto. No, I don't, he stammered, quickly looking away, his cheeks flushed. Looks like someone's in denial, Jiraiya teased, grinning. Naruto's blush deepened. Nawaki, Jiraiya, Kushina, Mito, and Shizen all chimed in with playful "Os." Who stole our baby's heart? Mito and Tsunade asked, Tsunade sounding protective while Mito teased. Though Naruto was reluctant to speak up, Nawaki helped him out. That woman over there, he said, pointing in her direction. Jiraiya, Kushina, Tsunade, and Mito turned to look. Oh, she's pretty, Mito and Kushina said in unison. You have good taste, Naruto, Jiraiya added. Naruto's face turned a shade redder than his mother's and aunt's hair combined. Tsunade, however, looked less than pleased. After a few more minutes of light-hearted teasing, they paid the bill and left the restaurant. The family made their way toward the cherry blossoms, with villagers congratulating Naruto on his 19th birthday as they walked. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the festival site. Villagers were seated on the ground, eagerly awaiting the festivities. As the Senju family passed by, they were greeted with cheerful birthday wishes for Naruto. Deciding to escape the crowd, the family headed up to Hokage Mountain for a better view of the fireworks. Mito, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizen, Nawaki, Kushina, and Naruto spread out on a blanket, gazing at the dazzling display. Shizen admired the beauty of Konoha at night. When she turned to her right, she spotted the girl Naruto liked from Yakiniku Q and couldn't resist teasing him. Hey Naruto, it's the girl you like, she said, pointing. Naruto glanced to his right, quickly looking away, his face burning. I don't like her, he insisted. You're right, you love her, Kushina teased, emphasizing the word love. Naruto clenched his fists, irritation showing on his face. No, I don't. Nawaki and Jiraiya chimed in with playful taunts of denial. Mito giggled while Tsunade struggled to contain her annoyance. She's sitting all by herself, why don't you go sit with her? Shizen suggested. Yes, go sit with her, Mito encouraged. Blushing, Naruto sighed. Fine. He stood up and walked over to where the girl was sitting. Hey, he said shyly. The girl looked up, surprised to see Naruto, the Senju heir. Naruto-sama, she exclaimed, taken aback. Mind if I sit with you? He asked. Of course, she replied, shifting to make room for him on the blanket. Naruto settled beside her. You seem to know me, but I don't know you. Are you from around here? No, I'm from Uzushio, she said. I know about you because I'm the second princess. Back home, we learn about our cousin clan, especially the heir. Naruto stared at her in shock. Another Uzumaki in Konoha? The only Uzumakis he knew were his grandmother and Kushina. I also know that your grandmother is Mito Uzumaki Senju, the wife of your village's first Hokage and the first princess of Uzushio, daughter of Ashina Uzumaki. She giggled. You're basically a real prince. Naruto smiled and nodded. What's your name? My name is Ritsu Uzumaki, she replied. Well, Ritsu-sama, do you know that I have a cousin here named Kushina Uzumaki, the daughter of the second Uzukage? Naruto said. Ritsu's eyes widened in surprise. Kushina is here? Can I see her? Sure, you can meet my whole family too. What is your relationship with Kushina? Naruto asked. I've known Kushina since she was a baby. We used to play together when we were little, Ritsu explained. Come on, Naruto said, standing up and offering his hand to help her up. He led Ritsu over to where his family was gathered. Everyone, this is Ritsu Uzumaki, the girl we saw at Yakiniku-Q, Naruto introduced. Mito, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, Nawaki, and Kushina's eyes widened in shock. An Uzumaki! Mito exclaimed, still in disbelief. It's nice to meet you, Mito-sama, Ritsu said, bowing respectfully. She then turned to Kushina. It's nice to see you again, Kushina. Kushina's eyes filled with tears as she rushed forward to embrace Ritsu. Ritsu, she cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Naruto smiled at the heartfelt reunion while the others looked on, puzzled. How do you know Kushina? Tsunade asked, curiosity piqued. I've known her since she was a baby, and we played together when we were little, Ritsu explained. After 15 minutes of getting to know each other, they discovered that Ritsu was the second princess of Uzushio. 2 hours had passed, and the firework display was now over. It was nice meeting you all, Ritsu said, preparing to head home. You have a place to stay? Naruto asked. Yes, I'm currently staying at an inn, Ritsu replied. You can stay with us if you like, Mito offered. No, I don't want to be a nuisance, Ritsu said. Well, alright, be safe, Naruto said. Good night, everyone, Ritsu said. Good night, the others replied in return. Ritsu walked up to Naruto, gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, and said, Good night, Naruto-kun, and happy birthday, before heading back to the inn where she was staying. Naruto stood there, blushing and shocked by the kiss, then started smiling widely. Tsunade, however, did not like it one bit and began dragging Naruto back home while he continued to smile, the others giggling behind them. After 5 minutes, the family made it back home. In the front room, there were stacks of presents the villagers had given Naruto. Time for presents, Mito announced. The guards placed the gifts on the table. Mito took out her gift and handed it to Naruto. He unwrapped it and discovered it was a katana. That was the sword I fought with, and since you're a master in kenjutsu, I decided to give it to you instead of letting it sit around. It also goes well with your wakizashi, Mito explained. Thank you, Oba-chan, Naruto said gratefully. Jiraiya pulled out another gift. Me, Nawaki, Kushina, and Shizune all contributed to this, he said while handing it to Naruto. Naruto unwrapped the box and opened it to find a white-sleeved cloak with the Senju clan symbol on the back. He stood up to try it on, and it fit perfectly. It's perfect, thank you, Naruto exclaimed. Now it's time for my present, Tsunade said, standing up and walking over to Naruto. Close your eyes, Naruto, she instructed. Naruto closed his eyes, and then he felt something go around his neck. When he opened his eyes, he saw it was his mother's necklace, the one her grandfather had given her. Naruto looked at his mother in shock and asked, Cousin, why would you give this to me? I believe my grandfather would want the heir of his clan to have it. Happy birthday, Tsunade said with a smile, then she kissed Naruto on the forehead, right in the center of the seal. Naruto's eyes watered, and he hugged his mother tightly. Thank you, Kasen. Thank you, everyone, he said. After all the hugs and goodnights, the Senju family went to bed, ready to face the next day. It was early morning in Konoha, and Naruto, dressed in his jounin attire, was getting ready to take Kushina to the academy. "Are you ready to meet your teammates, Kushina?" Naruto asked. "No, not really," Kushina replied. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Naruto said, trying to encourage her. Naruto and Kushina made their way to her classroom. "Alright, now try not to get in trouble," Naruto warned. Kushina nodded and walked into the classroom. Naruto headed over to the sitting area where the other jounins were gathered. "Naruto-sama, you're taking a genin team?" one jounin named Akira asked. "Yeah, but I'm just a helper," Naruto explained. "Who are you helping?" another jounin named Haruka inquired. At that moment, Jiraiya walked into the room. "Jiraiya!" All the jounins except for Naruto exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing here, Jiraiya-sama?" Hiroshi asked. "I'm here to meet my genin team," Jiraiya said. Then Jiraiya turned to Naruto. "Naruto, the Hokage wanted you to help me with my team," Jiraiya said. "Yeah, I know," Naruto replied. "You're helping Jiraiya?" All the jounins shouted again in disbelief. Naruto smiled and nodded. In the classroom, Sango Terra instructed the class. "Alright kids, settle down. Today's the day when you and your teammates will meet your jounin sensei. Now Team 1 is. Team 7 is Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi. Jounin sensei is Jiraiya and Naruto Senju." "What?" the whole class yelled. "How come they get 2 senseis?" a boy asked. "Ask questions when I'm done," Sango replied. Team 8 is Shibi, Hayashi, and Sum. Jounin sensei is Hiroshi. Team 9 is Kushina, Mikoto, and Mabuki. Jounin sensei is Haruka, and Team 10 is Inoichi, Shikake, and Choza. Jounin sensei is Akira, Sango finished. Kushina raised her hand. "Yes." Sango asked. "How come Team 7 gets 2 senseis, especially Naruto-ni?" Kushina asked. "Yeah," the whole class echoed. "I can't answer that. It was the Hokage's decision," Sango said. Sango walked out of the classroom to get the jounin senseis and returned with 10 jounins. Once the jounins were in the classroom, they began to take their teams. As Kushina's team was about to leave, Naruto approached her and whispered, "See you back at home." Kushina smiled, nodded, and walked out with her team. "Team 7, follow me," Jiraiya said in a loud, serious tone. Naruto followed Jiraiya out of the classroom with Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi behind him. Team 7 ended up on the roof of the academy. Once they reached the roof, Jiraiya said, "Now you 3 sit down, and let's introduce ourselves. Tell us your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, and your age if you like." Once the 3 sat down, Minato said, "Why don't you 2 start first?" "Okay. My name is Jiraiya, and I'm 35 years old. I like women," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "I dislike people who bring others down. My hobbies are researching and traveling, and my dream is to stop war and bring peace to this world. My name is Naruto Senju, and I'm 19 years old. I like my family and someone special," he said, blushing slightly as Jiraiya smiled. "I dislike perverts," he added, casting a glare at Jiraiya, who sweat nervously. "My hobby is gardening, and my dream is to surpass my great-grandfather, my great-granduncle, and my mother, and to marry the girl I like and revive my clan." "Who's the girl you like?" Minato teased. "Shut up and introduce yourself," Naruto said, blushing. Minato and his teammates smiled. "My name is Minato Namikaze, and I'm 13 years old. I like training, my friends, and someone in our class," he said, blushing. "I really don't have any dislikes. My hobby is training, and my dream is to become Hokage. My name is Hizashi Hyuga, and I'm 13 years old. I like training and my family. I dislike being weak. My hobby is training, and my dream is to make my clan stronger. My name is Fugaku Uchiha, and I'm 13 years old. I like my family. I dislike it when the Uchiha clan is looked down upon. My hobby is basically the same training, and my dream is to make my clan stronger." "Okay, now that we got that out of the way, I want you 3 to meet us in the 3rd training ground tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning for an examination test," Jiraiya said. "Jiraiya-sensei, we already did an examination test back in the academy," Minato said. "This test is different. This is a survival test. This test will officially promote you 3 into genins, Naruto explained. Minato, Hisashi, and Fugaku looked confused. What do you mean? I thought we were already genins, Minato said. Just come to training ground 3 at 7 in the morning and don't eat breakfast. You'll throw up, Jiraiya said. Both Jiraiya and Naruto vanished, leaving Minato, Fugaku, and Hisashi puzzled. At the Senju compound, Jiraiya and Naruto appeared in the living room. Good evening, Obachan-kusen, Naruto greeted after taking off his shoes. He walked over to them and kissed them on the cheek. Good evening, Naruto. So how was it? Who are the 3 genins that you'll be training? Tsunade greeted back. 3 boys. Their names are Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, and Hisashi Hyuga, Jiraiya answered. Raising her eyebrow, Mito asked, an Uchiha and a Hyuga on the same team? I know, right? But it's the Hokage's orders, Naruto said. Where is Kushina? Tsunade asked. I said that I'll see her here. In fact, she's here right now, Naruto said, sensing Kushina outside. The front door opened, and Kushina walked in. Good evening, she greeted while taking off her shoes. Good evening, they replied, Taunton making a little pig sound. So, who are your teammates? Naruto asked. Their names are Mikoto Uchiha and Mabuki, Kushina answered. After 5 minutes of discussing their morning, Mito said, All right, go freshen up. Lunch will be ready in about 10 minutes. Jiraiya and Kushina went upstairs to their bedrooms to take a shower. So, Oba-chan, when will you tell Kushina? Naruto asked. Today, Mito said. Naruto nodded and went upstairs to his bedroom to take a shower. After an hour, lunch was over, and Kushina was in her room getting ready for the next day. Give it a couple more hours, then I'll tell her, Mito said. It was now 6 o'clock, and the sun was already going down. Time for dinner, Mito called out. After an hour, dinner was over. Kushina, wait for me in the living room, I have something to tell you, Mito said. Kushina looked at Mito, confused, but did as she was told. After cleaning the dishes, Mito walked into the living room and sat down across from Kushina. Naruto walked over and sat beside Mito. Kushina, what we are about to tell you is really important, Naruto said. Kushina raised her eyebrow but remained silent. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is, Kushina? Mito asked. Kushina shook her head. No. A Jinchuriki is a human who has a tailed beast sealed within them. They possess extraordinary powers due to the immense chakra reserves they hold, Mito explained. What does this have to do with me? Kushina asked, confused. Naruto looked at Kushina with sorrow in his eyes. Kushina, the reason you were brought here to Konoha is so that you could become the next Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, he said. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. What? She exclaimed. Only an Uzumaki can hold the QB, but I'm getting too old and weak to continue containing it. By the time I reach my hundreds, I might lose control, and the QB could escape and cause destruction. You'll be the second holder of the 9 tails, Mito explained. Kushina felt tears welling up in her eyes as she asked, Why do I have to be the second holder of the QB? Why can't Naruto hold it? I'm only a quarter Uzumaki. I mostly have Senju blood in me. Like Oba-chan said, only an Uzumaki can hold the QB, so it's best that a full-blooded or half-blooded Uzumaki holds it, Naruto explained. Tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks. But I don't want to be a Jinchuriki, she said. Kushina. Mito began, but was interrupted. No! Kushina yelled, running out of the compound. Kushina! Both Mito and Naruto shouted. Naruto sprang into action. He quickly stood up, went towards the door, put on his shoes, and declared, I'm going to bring her back, before running out. He dashed towards the Hokage tower, entering and racing up the stairs leading to the Hokage's office, ignoring the Jounins at the front desk. Naruto reached the second floor and burst into the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen was speaking with Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Hokage-sama! Naruto yelled. Naruto, I'm in the middle of a meeting. Hiruzen replied, visibly upset. Hokage-sama, Kushina ran away. Naruto exclaimed. What? All 3 of them responded in unison. Mito and I were telling Kushina about her becoming a Jinchuriki, But she didn't like the idea and ran away, Naruto explained. Boo! Hiruzen shouted. About 20 ANBU members appeared almost instantly. Kushina Uzumaki has run away. Your mission is to help Naruto find her, Hiruzen instructed. HI. They all responded. Together with Naruto, they vanished in a flash, setting off to find Kushina. Name, Uzumaki Ritsu. Birthday, August 21st. Age, Chakra type, wind, water, and lightning release. Personality, cheerful and fun. She's friendly with people, but when angry she shows great character. She isn't violent, but when in love, she is willing to sacrifice everything for the other person. Eye color, gray, depends on lighting. Favorite food, strawberries with sugar. Sister, Princess Uzumaki Yumiko. She can't lie, is incredibly fast, loves rabbits, possesses an important scroll containing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and is a skilled medic. Chapter end. A whole 15 years, Naruto Shippuden will be airing the last episode, episode 500 tomorrow, and next will be Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. What are your opinions about Naruto ending? Why, Kishimoto-sama, why? It had been 2 hours since Kushina had run away. The Hokage had dispatched all of ANBU to assist Naruto in searching for her, but they had found no trace. NBU members were everywhere in the village, and the villagers sensed something was amiss, though they didn't know the details. Minato was out in the village to grab a bite to eat when he noticed the ANBU operatives. Concerned, he decided to follow them to uncover what was happening. He trailed them back to the Hokage Tower, where he found Naruto waiting anxiously. Have any of you found Kushina? Hiruzen asked, his voice filled with worry. All the ANBU shook their heads. No. Minato's heart sank. What happened to Kushina? He thought. Keep searching for her and stay on high alert. Hiruzen ordered. Yes, sir, they replied before scattering, leaving Hiruzen and Naruto alone. Naruto fell to his knees, breathing heavily. What if we can't find her? He asked, panic rising in his voice. We will find her, Hiruzen assured him. But what if, Naruto started, but Hiruzen cut him off. Naruto, I promise you we will find her. Do you understand? Hiruzen said firmly. Naruto nodded, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Go home and get some rest. You need it, Hiruzen instructed. No. I can't just go home and rest when the girl I see as my little sister is out there. Naruto protested. That's an order, Hiruzen replied with authority. Reluctantly, Naruto yielded. He stood up, tears streaming down his face, and vanished in a flash. Kushina ran away? Minato thought, determination surging within him. I have to find her. He dashed away. Minato raced toward the forest. If they can't find her in the village, she must have gone into the forest, he reasoned. After 20 minutes of searching, Minato still hadn't found her, but he refused to give up. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he spotted something on the ground that didn't resemble grass. He picked it up. Hair. Minato murmured, puzzled. Examining it closely, he recognized the vibrant red hue. Kushina's. Continuing his search, he discovered more strands of her hair, realizing they formed a trail. Hope ignited within him as he followed the path. After 15 minutes, Minato finally caught up to Kushina. He could hear her footsteps, but he also detected other sounds, footsteps belonging to 5 cloud ninjas. Steeling himself, Minato positioned himself in front of the group, ready to confront them. He waited for the perfect moment, then leaped down, launching a surprise attack on the ninjas one by one. Finally, he stepped in front of Kushina. Kushina, still walking, noticed the absence of the cloud ninjas. She lifted her head to see who had come to her aid. The moon illuminated the forest, allowing them to see each other clearly. Minato smiled and said, I'm here to save you. Kushina gasped in relief, but then she slowly sank to the ground. Minato rushed over, catching her just before she fell, and lifted her into his arms. What are you? Kushina began, but Minato interrupted her by jumping into the air and landing atop a tree. How did you find me? She asked, astonished. I followed your trail of hair. I knew it was yours because your hair is beautiful, he replied with a warm smile. Minato looked down at Kushina. I promise to protect you from now on because I care about you. Kushina gasped in surprise at his words. But I'm an outsider, she protested. That doesn't matter. You live here in the village, so that makes you one of us, Minato reassured her. Come on, I need to bring you back home. Your family is worried about you. At the Senju compound, 3 hours had passed since Kushina had run away. Naruto returned home an hour ago, explaining to his family that they hadn't found her and that the Hokage had ordered him to rest. Naruto, along with Mito and Tsunade, sat in the living room anxiously awaiting Kushina's return. Just then, they heard a knock at the door. Naruto sprang up, racing toward the door with his mother and great-grandmother following closely behind. He opened the door to find Minato standing there, holding Kushina in his arms. Kushina! All three of them exclaimed. Naruto took Kushina into his arms, concern etched on his face. Where was she? She was in the forest. I followed the Anbu back to the Hokage tower and discovered that Kushina had run away, so I went to find her, Minato explained. Come inside, Tsunade urged. Naruto carried Kushina into the living room and laid her gently on the couch, while Minato followed them inside. Will we be able to perform the sealing tonight? Naruto asked. No, we'll have to wait until tomorrow, Mito replied. What sealing? Minato asked, confusion evident on his face. Nothing. Go upstairs, you're staying here for the night. I'll bring you some clothes, Naruto said. Minato nodded and headed upstairs, waiting for Naruto to return. 5 minutes later, Naruto came upstairs to guide Minato to the guest room before going to his own room to fetch some pajamas. When Naruto returned with the pajamas, he asked, Have you had dinner, Minato? No, Minato replied. Go wash up, put these on, and I'll make you something to eat, Naruto instructed. Minato went to the bathroom to freshen up while Naruto headed downstairs to prepare a meal. Naruto made miso soup with a rice ball. Minato came downstairs wearing the pajamas Naruto had given him. Minato sat at the table, thanked Naruto for the food, and began to eat. After 5 minutes, he finished his meal. Alright, time for bed. We need to meet up with the others at 7 in the morning, Naruto said. Alright, good night, Minato replied. Good night, Naruto echoed. Minato returned upstairs to the room where he was staying. Meanwhile, Naruto washed the dishes before going into the living room. He gently picked up Kushina, who was still asleep on the couch, and carried her to her room, whispering, good night, to his mother and great-grandmother. Naruto woke up bright and early at 5:30 in the morning to make breakfast. By the time he finished, it was 6. After a couple of minutes, both his mother and grandmother came downstairs. Good morning, Naruto greeted. Good morning, they replied in unison. The three of them sat down at the table, expressed their gratitude for the meal, and began eating. It took them only 5 minutes to finish. Once Naruto cleared the dishes, both Kushina and Minato came rushing down. Ah, we missed breakfast, Minato complained. It's best if you two eat something before the test, you wouldn't want to feel sick, Naruto warned, while Mito and Tsunade chuckled, knowing he was exaggerating. How are you feeling, Kushina? Naruto asked. Not so great, but better than last night, Kushina replied. Minato, go grab your clothes so I can wash them, Naruto instructed. Minato dashed back upstairs. Naruto opened a cabinet and took out a pill bottle, handing one to Kushina. Here, take this. It should help you feel better, Naruto said. What is it? Kushina asked. This is one of my inventions, called Hyarogen. It will help replenish your chakra and nourish your body, Naruto explained. Kushina nodded and swallowed the pill. Minato returned with his clothes and handed them to Naruto. This won't take long. Go wash up. Your clothes will be on your bed, Minato, Naruto said. Both Kushina and Minato hurried back upstairs to get ready for the day. At Training Ground 3, after dropping Kushina off where her team was meeting, Naruto and Minato headed toward the training ground where their team was gathered. When they arrived, Fugaku and Hizashi were already there, waiting for Jiraiya. Naruto-sensei, have you seen Jiraiya-sensei? Hizashi asked. No, I haven't. I thought he would be here by now, Naruto replied. They waited 5 minutes for Jiraiya, which turned into an hour. Finally, Jiraiya showed up an hour and 30 minutes late. When he arrived, Naruto marched up to him and lightly punched him on the head, exclaiming, "Where have you been? We've been waiting for you for an hour and 30 minutes. We were supposed to meet at 7, not 8. Naruto's frustration seemed to influence the weather, turning the clear sky cloudy and windy, with flashes of lightning. This startled Jiraiya and the three genins. Back in the village, the villagers, including the Hokage, were concerned about the sudden change in weather until they heard a loud bang and some distant shouting. Hiruzen, Mito, and Tsunade exchanged knowing glances, thinking in unison, what did Jiraiya do this time? Back at Training Ground 3, Jiraiya found himself in a large crater, sporting some bumps and bruises, while Naruto stood over him, cracking his knuckles, reminiscent of his mother. Naruto growled, "I woke up at 5:30 this morning to make breakfast and prepare for today, thinking we were meeting at 7 o'clock. But someone had to arrive an hour and 30 minutes late. I could have slept in a bit longer." Naruto calmed down and knelt beside Jiraiya, starting to heal him. "You know, Jiraiya, this wouldn't have happened if you had just shown up on time." "Where were you?" "I was out with some girls last night and ended up drinking," Jiraiya admitted. Naruto narrowed his eyes and squeezed Jiraiya's arm gently, causing him to wince. He leaned in and whispered, "You and my mom are going to have a nice chat when we get home," sending a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. Naruto returned to healing him. Once he finished, Naruto turned to find the genins hiding behind the bench they had been sitting on, clearly frightened. Never make Naruto-sensei mad, he's just like his mother, they thought. "All right, the reason you're all here is that you're going to take a test," Naruto announced, pulling out 2 bells. "Bells?" the genins questioned. "Yes. This test is called the Bell Test. It's an examination for Konohagakure Academy students who have graduated. This test will determine if you are ready to be officially promoted to genin. If you fail to get a bell, you'll be sent back to the academy for more training or possibly dropped from the program altogether for poor performance. The entire team could be sent back for lack of performance as well," Naruto explained. "Sent back?" All 3 genins exclaimed in shock. "Yep. You have an hour to get a bell. If you don't, you'll be sent back to the academy. Once you get a bell, you have to tell us the true meaning behind this test," Jiraiya added, finally emerging from the crater after Naruto healed him. Naruto walked over to a wooden pillar and set a timer for 1 hour. "Scatter!" Naruto commanded. The 3 genins dashed into the woods behind them. "Well, they're good at hiding," Naruto remarked, with Jiraiya nodding in agreement. "You take the bells, I'll hold them off." "Sounds like a plan," Jiraiya agreed. Both Naruto and Jiraiya separated and ventured into the woods. It had been 5 minutes since the genins entered the woods. They spotted Jiraiya sitting on the ground, engrossed in a book, thinking it was the perfect moment to attack. "Okay, guys, I figured out the true meaning behind this test. It's teamwork. We have to work together to outsmart our senseis. We wouldn't stand a chance alone," Minato explained. "But there are 2 bells. Even if one of us gets a bell, one of us will still be sent back to the academy," Hizashi pointed out. "Then one of us will have to share, and we'll all end up with a bell," Fugaku suggested. From Naruto's perspective, he thought, what is taking them so long? Growing bored waiting for the genins to make their move. He glanced over at Jiraiya, noticing he was still reading one of those infamous books. Naruto felt a growl rising within him but managed to calm himself. Suddenly, he sensed chakra emanating from deeper in the woods. He quickly runs over towards Jiraiya. "Fire release, great fireball technique," yelled Fugaku. Naruto jumps in front of Jiraiya and shouts, "Water release, water bullet technique," extinguishing Fugaku's flames and creating a thick mist that obscured the genin's vision, giving Jiraiya enough time to relocate. Taking advantage of their distraction, Naruto throws kunai with explosive tags toward them. The genins leap into a tree to avoid the blasts, still peering into the mist, unaware that Naruto was sneaking up behind them. "Heavenly foot of pain!" Naruto yelled from behind. His heel crashed down on the branch they were standing on, shattering it into pieces. The genins managed to jump off just in time, and Naruto quickly Hirationed away to Jiraiya's new position. The genins looked around, only to find both Naruto and Jiraiya had vanished. Dim, They got away, Hizashi muttered. I get it, Minato said. Get what? Fugaku asked. We tried to attack Jiraiya-sensei, but Naruto-sensei defended him. This means that if we try to attack Jiraiya-sensei again, Naruto-sensei will always come to his aid, just like he did now. He extinguished your fire, creating the mist that threw us off guard and gave Jiraiya-sensei time to hide. Naruto-sensei is protecting the bells. So how are we going to get the bells if Naruto-sensei is stopping us from getting close to Jiraiya-sensei? It's already tough enough that we, mere genins, can't take on 2 jounins, let alone 1, especially with Jiraiya-sensei being one of the legendary Sannin and Naruto-sensei being the son of Tsunade-sama, another legendary Sannin, Hizashi said. One of us will have to distract Naruto-sensei while the other 2 go after Jiraiya-sensei, Minato proposed. I'll distract Naruto while you 2 go for the bells, Hizashi volunteered. Okay, use your Byakugan to find Jiraiya and Naruto-sensei, Minato instructed. Hizashi held up his fingers and called out, Byakugan. After a minute, Hizashi spotted both Naruto and Jiraiya. He quickly relayed their location to Minato and Fugaku, and they scattered toward their targets. While Minato and Fugaku pursued Jiraiya, Hizashi focused on Naruto. He waited for the perfect moment to strike. After 2 tense minutes, Hizashi leaped into the tree where Naruto was perched, attempting to hit him with his gentle fist technique. Naruto jumped from the tree, with Hizashi in hot pursuit, still trying to land a blow. Naruto deftly dodged each attack, realizing that Minato and Fugaku were not there. He understood that Hizashi was merely distracting him to give them time to reach the bells. Naruto couldn't allow that to happen, so he began to fight back, forcing Hizashi onto the defensive. He threw punches, some landing on Hizashi, but he knew he had to end this quickly to reach Jiraiya. Gathering his chakra, he focused it into his fist and shouted, Earthshaker Impact. He punched the ground, causing it to tremble and break apart. Hizashi quickly jumped back to avoid being caught in the attack, but the dust cloud obscured his vision, allowing Naruto to slip away. Once the dust settled, Hizashi saw that Naruto had escaped, leaving the ground in ruins. Demen, was all he could say. Naruto rushed toward Jiraiya, who was fending off Minato and Fugaku, though he was struggling a bit. Naruto leaped into the air and shouted, Heavenly Foot of Pain, bringing his heel down between Jiraiya and the 2 genins, once again shattering the ground. Minato and Fugaku jumped back just in time, and Hizashi quickly joined them. We have to work as a team to defeat Naruto-sensei if we want to get the bells, Minato said. Right. The others agreed. Naruto, standing protectively in front of Jiraiya, formed chakra around his hands, shaping it into small blades. Minato gasped in shock. What's wrong? Fugaku asked. That's the chakra scalpel. It can cut inside the body without leaving a visible wound, immobilizing the target, Minato explained. So you know about my technique. It's inspired by the gentle fist, and I created it myself. You have a little time left to get the bells, better hurry. Naruto taunted. Don't let him touch you, Minato warned his teammates. Naruto charged toward the genins, while Jiraiya jumped back, sensing the impending chaos. Naruto targeted Minato first, trying to land a hit. Minato struggled to dodge Naruto's rapid attacks, but Naruto was too fast. Eventually, he struck Minato in the arm, causing it to go numb. With Fugaku and Hizashi closing in, Minato knew he had to help his teammates, despite his injury. The 3 of them worked together to take on Naruto, dodging his strikes as best they could. But fatigue set in, slowing their movements and making them vulnerable. Naruto seized the opportunity, landing blows on their arms and legs until all 3 fell to the ground, too exhausted to continue. Seeing they had given up, Naruto released the chakra scalpels. The timer on the wooden pillar went off, signaling that time was up. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, and they exchanged a knowing nod. Okay, even though none of you got a bell, what's the true meaning behind this test? Naruto asked. Teamwork, Minato panted. Naruto smiled and replied, You pass. The genins looked at him in confusion. I thought you said we had to get a bell to pass, Hizashi said, still catching his breath. Yes, but I also said that if you performed poorly as a team, all 3 of you would be sent back to the academy. But you didn't. You all showed that you can work together and supported each other. You attempted to attack me as a team, knowing you couldn't fight a Jounin alone. The test wasn't about earning a bell, it was about demonstrating that the three of you could work as a team, which you successfully accomplished together, Naruto explained. The three Genins smiled, laughed, and embraced each other as best as they could with their tired arms. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged pleased glances at the joyful scene. You three are officially Genins. Welcome to the shinobi ranks, Jiraiya announced. Finally done. Once Naruto and Jiraiya returned home, Naruto explained to his mother why Jiraiya was late for their meeting with the Genins, leading to a light-hearted scolding from Tsunade. It was past 7 o'clock, and the Senju family had already finished dinner. Mito, along with Naruto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, was preparing for the sealing. Mito went to what used to be Hashirama's library and returned with a large scroll, the Scroll of Seals. After she came back, they all headed down to the basement. Kushina, please lie down in the middle of the floor, Mito instructed. Kushina complied, lying down as directed. Kushina, I won't sugarcoat it, this is going to be difficult, Mito said. If Kushina wasn't scared before, she certainly was now, her heart racing with anxiety. Calm down, everything is going to be fine, Naruto reassured her, noticing the worried expression on her face. Okay, Kushina replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Naruto then grabbed a towel from the table and handed it to her. Cover yourself with this, he said, turning around to give her privacy. Okay, I'm ready, Kushina announced after a moment. Naruto turned back around and stood beside Mito, who opened the scroll to the 8 trigrams sealing style. Are you ready? Mito asked Naruto. He nodded, skimming over the scroll to understand how to perform the sealing. After about 30 seconds, he nodded again. Mito lifted her shirt slightly to reveal her belly and the seal. Naruto placed his hands on both Mito and Kushina's stomachs. Oba-chan, release some of the Kyuubi's chakra. Kushina, I need you to release some of your chakra as well, they need to mix, Naruto explained. Mito released some of the Kyuubi's chakra, and Kushina followed suit. Red chakra surrounded Mito while blue surrounded Kushina, both colors swirling around Naruto as they mixed together. Naruto clenched his teeth against the overwhelming power of the Kyuubi's chakra but held firm. He then pushed the chakra into Kushina, who gasped in pain. Oba-chan, release all of the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto commanded. Mito complied, releasing the remaining chakra, which darkened the red aura surrounding her. Naruto pushed it into Kushina, whose cries grew louder. It became increasingly difficult for Naruto to keep the Kyuubi at bay while transferring its chakra into Kushina, as the creature struggled to break free. Is something wrong, Naruto? Tsunade asked, concern etched on her face. The Kyuubi is trying to break out. I'm doing my best to keep it under control, Naruto replied, gritting his teeth. The struggle intensified, and Naruto felt the pressure mounting. In a moment of desperation, he released his seal. Black markings spread across his face and body, healing the burn marks he had received. Come on, Oba-chan, Naruto shouted. Mito released the last of the Kyuubi's chakra into Naruto, who pushed it into Kushina. Both Naruto and Kushina cried out in pain under the intense power of the Kyuubi's chakra, and then everything went silent. Kushina fell unconscious, the 4 symbols seal now on her stomach, while Mito collapsed to the floor, still conscious. Tsunade rushed over to her grandmother to begin healing. Naruto stood, his seal receding. Kushina should wake up in the morning, Mito said, her voice weak. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, only to see him looking pale. Naruto, are you okay? Tsunade asked worried. Naruto nodded weakly but then collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Tsunade hurried to catch him before he hit the ground. Jiraiya burst into the room. What's wrong? I felt Naruto's chakra signature drop. Jiraiya exclaimed, his expression filled with concern. He saw Tsunade on the floor with Naruto in her arms and quickly approached them. Tsunade moved Naruto's bangs out of his face, revealing that his seal was gone. He used all of his stored chakra, Tsunade explained, showing them his forehead. Jiraiya, can you take Kushina to her room, please? Mito requested. Jiraiya nodded and picked Kushina up, carrying her to her room. Mito and Tsunade, who was still holding Naruto, went upstairs. Tsunade laid Naruto on the couch and said, "Bachan, you need to rest as well." "No, I want to help you with Naruto," Mito insisted. Tsunade nodded, not wanting to argue. Jiraiya returned from putting Kushina to bed. "How is Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "He hasn't woken up yet, and he looks unwell." "I can't heal both him and Bachan at the same time," Tsunade said, her tone filled with worry. "Don't worry about me, focus on healing Naruto," Mito said. "Bachan, you've carried the Kyuubi for most of your life, and now that you no longer carry it, you're weaker than before. You need treatment," Tsunade urged. "I have someone in mind who can help us with Naruto," Jiraiya said. "Who?" Tsunade asked. "Ritsu, remember the girl from Yakiniku Q that Naruto fell in love with?" Jiraiya replied. "How can she help?" Tsunade inquired. "When I was on my way to the Hokage Tower, I saw her working at the hospital, so she must have experience in medical ninjutsu. If I remember correctly, she mentioned staying at an inn," Jiraiya explained. "Okay, Tonton, go to the hotel district and find Ritsu," Tsunade ordered. Tonton blinked and dashed out the door towards the hotel district to locate Ritsu. 40 minutes passed since Tonton left to find Ritsu. Tsunade was healing her grandmother while Jiraiya placed a cold cloth on Naruto's forehead to help reduce his fever. After 10 minutes, Jiraiya checked Naruto's head to see if the fever had subsided. "His fever is breaking," Jiraiya reported. "That's good. Now we just have to wait for Tonton to return with Ritsu," Tsunade said, feeling relieved. 20 more minutes went by before Tonton and Ritsu rushed into the house. "What's wrong with Naruto?" Ritsu exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Mito quickly explained what had happened. As Mito was recounting the events to Ritsu, Naruto began to groan, drawing everyone's attention. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" Ritsu asked, rushing to his side. Naruto sat up, blinking as he took in the worried faces around him. "What happened, and why is Ritsu here?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. "You were helping me seal the Kyuubi into Kushina. You used all your stored chakra to keep the Kyuubi from breaking out, and then you passed out," Mito explained gently. "Ritsu is here to assist your mother by helping you heal," Mito explained. Ritsu approached Naruto and began her healing work. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll have you back to fighting shape in no time," she said, gently kissing his forehead. Naruto felt a warm blush spread across his cheeks while Mito and Jiraiya smiled. Tsunade, however, looked on with a protective glare. Tonton jumped onto Naruto, nuzzling him affectionately, showing her concern. Naruto patted her and reassured, "I'm fine, Tonton." After an hour, Ritsu finally finished healing him, and Naruto felt significantly better. "You need to rest for a few days before returning to your regular routine," Ritsu advised. She then kissed him on the cheek and made her way out. "Both of you are going to be resting for a few days," Tsunade declared. Mito and Naruto groaned in agreement, feeling content. "Do you think you can make it to your room?" Tsunade asked Naruto. "Yeah, I think so," he replied. He stood up from the couch but quickly fell back down, his legs feeling numb. Jiraiya stepped in, lifting him up and preparing to carry him to his room, where Naruto soon fell asleep in his arms. "Do you mind if I stay here tonight?" Jiraiya asked Mito. "No, I don't mind," she answered. Mito walked over, kissed Naruto on the forehead, and then headed upstairs to get ready for bed. "Good night," she said softly. "Good night," Jiraiya and Tsunade replied in unison. Tsunade then approached and kissed Naruto on the forehead as well. "You can take him to bed now," she instructed. Jiraiya nodded and said, "Good night." "Good night," she responded. Tsunade remained downstairs to clean up. In the background, it was noted that Nawaki was on a month-long mission and Shizune didn't always stay at the compound. It was the next morning in Konoha, and Tsunade was busy making breakfast. Jiraiya had also risen early. After freshening up and preparing for the day, he made his way downstairs to grab a glass of water and some aspirin. As he entered the kitchen, he greeted Tsunade with a cheerful, "Good morning." "Good morning," Tsunade replied, smiling back. Jiraiya reached for a cup in the cabinet and filled it with water. "Do you have any aspirin?" he asked. "Yeah," Tsunade said, reaching into a cabinet to retrieve some. Do you have a headache? No, it's not for me, it's for Naruto, he explained. Oh, okay, she nodded in understanding. Jiraiya headed back upstairs to Naruto's room. Upon entering, he found Naruto snoring softly, a bit of drool escaping the corner of his mouth, and a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Concerned, Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and confirmed he had a fever. Gently, he shook Naruto to wake him. Naruto groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Good morning, he mumbled. Good morning, Jiraiya replied with a smile. How are you feeling? Not so good, but better than last night, Naruto answered, his voice still heavy with sleep. I figured as much, you have a fever, Jiraiya said, handing him the aspirin and glass of water. Here, I know you have a headache. Naruto accepted the pill and glass, thanking Jiraiya before swallowing the pill with some water and placing the glass on the nightstand beside his bed. Come on, your mother made breakfast, Jiraiya encouraged as he walked out of the room toward Kushina's room. With a sigh, Naruto slowly got out of bed and made his way downstairs. Entering the kitchen, he saw his mother setting the food on the table. Good morning, she greeted him warmly. Good morning, he replied. How are you feeling? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Since the aspirin is kicking in, I'm feeling better, he answered. That's good, she said, visibly relieved. Just then, Jiraiya came downstairs. I woke up Kushina. She's washing up, he informed them. Once Tsunade finished setting the table, all three of them sat down and said, let's eat, before beginning their meal. After a few minutes, Kushina came down, dressed in a lovely outfit. Good morning, she greeted cheerfully. Good morning, they responded in unison. Kushina sat down, expressed her gratitude for the meal, and started eating. After a while, Naruto noticed that Mito still hadn't come down, so he asked his mother about her. Kasan, why hasn't Obachan come down yet? He inquired. She's having breakfast in bed. She mentioned feeling achy and not very hungry, so I made her some rice ball, Tsunade explained. Do you mind if I eat with her? He asked. No, I don't mind, she replied. Naruto stood up from the table, grabbed a tray from the counter, placed his food on it, and headed toward Mito's room. He knocked on the door and waited for her to invite him in. Come in, she called from inside. Carefully, he opened the door, tray in hand. Good morning, he greeted her. Good morning, she replied with a smile. Do you mind if I eat with you? He asked. No, I don't mind, she said, returning his smile. Naruto walked into the room and sat on her bed. How are you feeling? Kasan said you were feeling achy, he asked. I'm feeling better now. The real question is, how are you feeling? She replied. Ever since Jiraiya gave me some aspirin, I've been feeling a lot better, he said. That's good, she said, visibly relieved. Time passed, and it was soon time for Jiraiya and Kushina to head out to meet their team for picture day. All the teams that had passed the bell test were getting there. Pictures taken together. Just before they could leave, Naruto came downstairs with his tray in hand to see them off. Naruto-ni, why aren't you dressed? Kushina asked, noticing his casual attire. Sorry, I won't be coming. I'm not feeling 100% from last night, and my mom won't let me out of the house until I'm back to fighting shape, he explained. Oh, she said, looking a bit downcast. Seeing her reaction, Naruto walked over, knelt down, and gently kissed her forehead. I'm fine, and it's not your fault, okay? He reassured her. Kushina nodded, her spirits lifting slightly. Naruto stood up, smiled, and said, Good girl. Now where's that smile? He began to playfully tickle her. Kushina burst into laughter, trying to swat his hands away. Stop. Laughs stop, she exclaimed. Finally, he relented. Okay, have a nice day. Both Jiraiya and Kushina walked out of the house, with Kushina waving goodbye. After dropping off Kushina with her team, Jiraiya made his way to where his own team was gathered. Hopefully, they won't ask questions about Naruto. I can't reveal what happened, it's a top-secret matter, he thought. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, where is Naruto-sensei? Minato asked. Jiraiya felt a pang of worry. What do I tell them? He wondered. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, Fugaku, and Hisashi called out in unison. Snapping back to reality, Jiraiya replied, Naruto isn't feeling well, which is why he isn't here. Not feeling well? That doesn't sound like Naruto-sensei. He seemed fine last time, Minato said, concern etched on his face. We can stop by the Senju compound to check on him, Hisashi suggested. Minato nodded in agreement, and Fugaku simply grunted affirmatively. With a sigh, Jiraiya started walking toward the photo booth, the three genins following closely behind. After their team picture was taken, they visited a gift shop. Minato, Fugaku, and Hisashi wanted to get something for Naruto to cheer him up. They picked out a small get-well card and some doitsia flowers. At the Senju compound, Naruto was in the backyard, practicing chakra control and meditating to regain his Yin seal. It was a peaceful spot, free from distractions, perfect for his exercises. That was until Naruto, Jiraiya and your team are here. Tsunade called from inside the house. With a sigh, Naruto stood up from the rock he had been sitting on, adjusting his bangs to cover the spot on his forehead. He walked inside to greet his team. In the living room, he found them waiting for him. Hey guys, how did it go? He asked. The genins turned to face him. It went great, sensei. Here's the picture, Minato said, handing Naruto the photo. Wow, this is nice. I wish I could have been there, he said, admiring the image. Yeah, we got you something too, Minato added, presenting the card and flowers they had brought. Naruto accepted the card and flowers, a smile spreading across his face. He opened the card that read, Get well, Naruto-sensei, from Minato, Fugaku, and Hisashi. Ah, thanks, guys, he said with a smile. So how did you get sick? Fugaku asked. Yeah, we figured with you being part Senju and part Uzumaki, you wouldn't get sick. Uzumakis are known for their strong immune systems, Hisashi added. A bead of sweat formed on Naruto's forehead. There was no point in lying to them, they were smart kids. Hisashi had said it himself, he was part Uzumaki, and Uzumakis were known for their resilience. I'm not really sick, I'm just dealing with chakra exhaustion, he explained. Uzumakis don't suffer from chakra exhaustion, Minato pointed out. The three of them closed in on Naruto, their expressions filled with suspicion. How did you get sick? They asked in unison. Naruto felt overwhelmed and frustrated. He was starting to get a headache. He didn't want to tell them the truth, explaining what led to him being sick would be too much. In a moment of frustration, he slammed his hand down on the coffee table. Stop pestering me, he yelled. The three genins, along with Jiraiya, cowered in the corner as his mother shouted, Why did you break the coffee table? Sorry, I'll fix it, he yelled back, turning his attention to the kids. Look, I'm low on chakra. Yesterday I got mad, went out to blow off some steam, and ended up using all my chakra. Now I'm trying to replenish it, which is why I wasn't with you today, he explained. Then what was that? They exclaimed, pointing at the broken table. That was just muscle strength, Tsunade said as she walked past them, heading upstairs. Naruto nodded in agreement. The kids, still huddled in the corner with Jiraiya, widened their eyes in shock at their sensei's strength. They knew he was strong, but they didn't realize he could cause that much damage without using chakra. After all, he was his mother's son. Why are you shocked? My mother can crush stones with one hand using only her muscle power. Just then, Kushina walked into the house. They turned to see her taking off her shoes. Minato blushed at how pretty she looked, while Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. Hey guys, she said as she walked toward them, her gaze falling on the broken coffee table. What happened? They made me mad, Naruto replied simply. Kushina looked at him with a really expression. Well, here's our team photo, she said, handing him the picture. Wow, you three look great, Naruto said, returning the photo to her. Kushina blushed at the compliment and turned to Minato. Can I see your picture? She asked. Minato blushed slightly and handed it to her. Nice, she said, glancing at it. Your picture is nice too, Minato said, his cheeks still red. Did you guys eat anything yet? Naruto asked. No, Fugaku replied. What about you, Kushina? He asked. Yeah, we went to the ramen shop, she said. How does yakiniku Q sound? Naruto suggested to his team. Waiish, they cheered. Naruto smiled and nodded, then turned to Kushina. Ka-san and Oba-chan are upstairs, he informed her. Kushina nodded and headed upstairs. Naruto looked at the broken table and used his Mokuton to fix it. Let me change, and then we can get going, Naruto said as he headed upstairs as well. Time skip. Naruto, Jiraiya, and the team went to Yakiniku Q for lunch, and guess who was there? Ritsu. The Genins discovered that she was the one their sensei liked, and they teased him, resulting in some playful bumps on their heads. Naruto was 19, Ritsu was 18, Tsunade was 35, Jiraiya was 35, Mito was 96, Hiruzen was 51, Shizen was 25, Nawaki was 30, Minato was 13, and Kushina was on the morning of May 14th, Mother's Day. Naruto woke up early to prepare a special breakfast for his mother. As he was cooking, he heard the front door open and close quietly. Being a ninja, he was immediately alert. He cautiously walked into the living room and saw his Uncle Nawaki taking off his shoes. Uncle Nawaki, you're home! Naruto exclaimed, surprised and happy. Hey Naruto, how's it going? Nawaki replied. Everything's fine. How was your mission? Naruto asked. The mission was a success, Nawaki answered. That's great. And you made it back just in time for Mother's Day, Naruto said. Yeah, I'm glad about that. I can smell breakfast mind if I help. Nawaki offered. I never knew my mom, but Mito has been like a mother to both me and your mom, and I want to do something nice for her. Sure, I could use a little help, Naruto said, leading him into the kitchen. After a few minutes of cooking, Kushina slowly walked down the stairs and entered the kitchen. Kushina, what are you doing up so early? Naruto asked, focused on the food. Well, since it's Mother's Day, I wanted to do something special for Tsunade. I see her as a mother, and I think of you as more of a brother than a cousin, she replied. Then you can help me and Uncle Nawaki make breakfast, Naruto suggested. Kushina gasped, Nawaki is back? Where is he? Right here, Nawaki said from behind her. Kushina turned around and ran to hug him. Nawaki, she exclaimed. Shoo, we don't want to wake Tsunade and Mito and ruin the surprise, Nawaki whispered, returning her hug. Kushina covered her mouth in excitement and shook her head. Naruto smiled and continued cooking. After an hour, they finished preparing the meal. It was 7 o'clock, and soon Tsunade and Mito would wake up. Naruto was setting the table when Kushina and Nawaki returned in more comfortable clothes. Hey, can you two handle the rest while I change? Naruto asked, eager to put on something more suitable. Sure, we got this, Nawaki replied. Kushina nodded in agreement. Naruto thanked them and hurried upstairs to change. Once he was ready, he rushed back downstairs, only to find Tsunade and Mito already at the table, enjoying the breakfast. Naruto, who knew you were such an amazing cook? Tsunade said, turning to him. Mito nodded in agreement, still eating. Well, I had some help from Uncle Nawaki and Kushina, Naruto said, blushing from the compliment as he took a seat. What made you decide to make breakfast? Mito asked. Well, today is Mother's Day, so we wanted to do something nice for you too, Naruto explained. Mito and Tsunade's eyes widened as they realized they had forgotten it was Mother's Day. They smiled and said in unison, thank you. After about 5 minutes of eating, there was a knock at the front door. Naruto stood up to see who it was. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Shizun. Shizun! Naruto exclaimed. He smiled and said, come on in. We're just having breakfast and there's enough for you too. Shizun smiled back and replied, thank you, as she walked inside. Once inside, Naruto called out, guess who's here? Shizun entered the living room after taking off her shoes and greeted everyone with a cheerful, good morning. Tsunade gasped and said, Shizun, it's so nice to see you. How have you been? I've been fine, Shizun answered, taking a seat and thanking Naruto for the food before starting to eat. After an hour, Naruto decided to take a walk with his mother while waiting for her to finish changing. He planned to give her his gift during their outing. Tsunade came downstairs in her regular attire. Ready to go? Naruto asked with a smile. Tsunade smiled back and nodded, and they both walked out the door. As they strolled through the village, Naruto and Tsunade enjoyed their time together. They found a quiet spot away from the bustling village, the perfect place for him to present his gift. "Cousin, I would like to give you something," Naruto said. "What is it?" Tsunade asked, curious. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, handing it to her. "What is this?" she inquired. "Open it," he encouraged. Tsunade opened the box to reveal a beautiful necklace. She gasped at its beauty and turned to Naruto with a serious expression. "Naruto, this is a ruby. Please tell me you didn't spend a fortune on this." Naruto felt nervous, knowing that if his mother discovered the actual cost, he would be in trouble. He chuckled nervously and replied, "It didn't cost that much." While he wasn't entirely truthful, he didn't want to worry her. The necklace had cost around $60,000, but he added, "It's Mother's Day, and there are sales everywhere. The jeweler even lowered the price for me. The original price was $90,000, but she said, the prince of the village shouldn't pay so much to express his love for his mother. I also got you a pair of matching earrings," he said, pulling out another box. Tsunade opened it to find a pair of matching green ruby earrings, and she gasped again at their beauty. "Turn around, I'll help you put the necklace on," Naruto said. Tsunade turned, allowing her son to fasten the necklace around her neck. It looked stunning, and she wished she had a mirror to see how it looked on her. "You can put the earrings on too if you want," Naruto added. Tsunade nodded and took the earrings from the box, putting them on. "I chose rubies because you gave me the most expensive necklace in the world for my birthday. Even though rubies aren't as expensive as Hyuji's necklace, I wanted to give you something that represents my love for you. I know your favorite color is green," Naruto explained. Tsunade smiled and hugged Naruto tightly, saying, "Thank you." He's so much like his father, Tsunade thought. After some time, it was now lunchtime, and Naruto and Nawaki took Tsunade and Mito out to eat. Tsunade and Mito decided to go to a restaurant that served sake, which meant Kushina couldn't join them. Instead, she and Shizune, along with a Naruto clone and a Nawaki clone, stayed in the compound to bake 2 cakes, one for Tsunade and one for Mito. Later, at 3 o'clock, Naruto, Nawaki, Tsunade, and Mito returned home. "We're home," Naruto called out cheerfully. The 4 of them removed their shoes and settled down on the couch. Shizune and Kushina emerged from the kitchen, the 2 clones fading away. "Welcome home," they greeted in unison. "It's too early to start dinner, so I'll just train until then, but I'll make a special dinner tonight," Naruto declared. "Why do you have to train?" Shizune asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Naruto didn't respond verbally. Instead, he pushed his bangs aside to reveal his forehead. Shizune gasped in shock, noticing that Naruto no longer had the Byakugan seal. "Naruto, what happened?" she asked, concern creeping into her tone. "I used up all my stored chakra trying to keep the Kyuubi at bay when I was sealing it into Kushina," he explained. Shizune looked back and forth between Mito and Kushina, processing what Naruto had just shared. "So Mito-sama no longer has the Kyuubi, and Kushina is the second Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and you almost died sealing the Kyuubi in the process?" she summarized, her voice rising in disbelief. "Yeah, pretty much," he confirmed. "Why am I just hearing about this? The person I consider my little brother almost died sealing the most dangerous being in the world," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of anger and worry. All 4 of them, including Kushina and Tonton, sweat dropped. Who knew Shizune could get so worked up? Well, she was Tsunade's first apprentice, so it made sense that some of Tsunade's fiery spirit had rubbed off on her. "I'm fine, Nei-san. All I need to do is some chakra control training, and I'll get the seal back," Naruto reassured her. Shizune sighed and nodded. "Okay." Naruto then turned to his mother and asked, "Hey cousin, would you like to help me train?" "Sure," Tsunade replied simply. "I want to watch," Kushina added eagerly. Naruto and Tsunade went upstairs to change into more comfortable training attire, while Kushina waited downstairs. It didn't take long for them to return, and together they headed out of the house, making their way to the training grounds. Chapter End. Training Grounds. Naruto, Tsunade, and Kushina arrived at the training grounds, choosing a secluded spot away from the village. It was peaceful and quiet, the perfect environment for Naruto to focus on his training. The first exercise was meditation, followed by a hand-to-hand combat session with his mother. Kushina understood that training for the Byakugan seal required meditation, patience, and extensive practice. She remained silent, allowing him to concentrate. Naruto settled onto a large rock and began to meditate, channeling chakra to the center of his forehead. After a couple of minutes, Kushina started to lose interest in his training. Fidgeting, she felt the urge to do something. Knowing that Naruto needed tranquility, she couldn't resist the temptation. Spotting some pebbles on the ground, an idea struck her. She picked one up and tossed it at Naruto. When he didn't react, she threw another. Tsunade observed without intervening. The purpose of this training was to maintain focus and resist distractions. She recalled doing similar things when Naruto was younger, even back in Uzushio when he was first learning to harness his chakra. Back then, she would have taunt and tickle him or tease him about his favorite meals to see if he could stay concentrated. It had always worked. He would break his focus every time. Kushina continued to toss pebbles at Naruto, who remained undistracted, but after a while, he began to feel annoyed. Although he didn't lose his concentration, the rock he was sitting on began to crack under the pressure of his chakra. This served as a warning for Kushina, who finally stopped her playful assault. After 10 minutes of meditation, Naruto opened his eyes, signaling that he was finished. Tsunade stood up, and Kushina muttered, "Finally," under her breath. Naruto glanced at her, narrowing his eyes, causing her to shiver and look away, slightly intimidated. "Okay, Naruto, what do you need my help with?" Tsunade inquired. "Remember how you trained me to enhance my strength?" he asked. Tsunade nodded. "I want you to do that again," he replied. Tsunade nodded again, taking her fighting stance. "Kushina, you might want to step back a little, this could get intense." Kushina heeded the warning and jumped back a safe distance. Naruto also assumed a fighting stance, aware that this would be challenging since he was up against his mother, who possessed equal strength. He inherited his superhuman strength from her, but a master never reveals all their secrets. With a burst of energy, Tsunade charged at Naruto, throwing a series of punches, which he skillfully blocked. He attempted to knee her in the stomach, but she countered, pushing him back. Realizing he needed a different approach, he jumped back, inhaled deeply and shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." A massive fireball shot toward Tsunade. She quickly stepped back and slammed her hands on the ground, shouting, "Earth style, mud wall." A sturdy wall of mud rose up, blocking Naruto's attack. As the flames dissipated, the wall crumbled under the pressure of Naruto's chakra, catching Tsunade off guard. Seizing the moment, Naruto launched another attack, forcing her back. As she struggled to regain her balance, he unleashed a flurry of punches. One connected, but she managed to block most of them. Naruto prepared for a finishing blow, channeling chakra into his fist and aiming at her. Tsunade dodged to the side, causing his punch to crash into a tree. His fist shattered the trunk, and the shockwave sent several nearby trees tumbling down. When Tsunade regained her footing, she surveyed the damage Naruto had caused, a sense of pride swelling in her heart. But just then, Naruto took advantage of her distraction and threw shuriken at her. She swiftly drew a kunai and deflected them. Naruto rushed toward her, pulling out a kunai of his own, initiating a fierce duel. They engaged in a spirited sword fight, each trying to disarm the other. Naruto gained the upper hand, knocking his mother's kunai upward. As it flew into the air, he aimed his kunai at her. Tsunade caught her kunai as it descended and ducked under his strike. Seeing her intention, Naruto quickly flipped to evade her attack, but his foot struck her hand, sending the kunai flying behind her. With a determined smile, Tsunade punched the ground, causing it to crack and send debris flying toward Naruto. He leaped out of the way just in time. Tsunade then picked up a large rock and hurled it at him. Naruto met the challenge head-on, punching the rock as it neared him. Tsunade continued to throw more rocks, but Naruto either dodged or countered them with his strength. Finally, she lifted an even larger rock, but he was ready. As it approached, he struck it with all his might, sending it hurtling back toward Tsunade. She barely had time to react as the rock struck her, sending her flying backward. It was 7 o'clock the next day when Naruto and Jiraiya set out to meet their genins. Dressed in practical training clothes, they were ready for a team training exercise. They took their time walking to the training grounds, and even though Naruto had regained the Byakugan seal, he still wasn't fully back in shape. By the time they arrived at the training grounds, it was 7. Minato, Fugaku, and Hisashi were already waiting on the bench. "It's great to have you back with us, Naruto-sensei, but what took you two so long?" Minato asked. "You three should be grateful we took our time. It gave you a chance to prepare for what we have planned today," Naruto replied. The genins exchanged confused glances. "What will we be doing?" Hisashi asked. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged nods. "We will have a team training exercise," Naruto announced. The genins looked at each other and then back at Naruto, repeating in unison, "Team training exercise?" Jiraiya smiled. "First, you'll start with stretches, and then you'll jog 10 laps around the village." The genins' jaws dropped, and they groaned at the thought of jogging around the village. It wasn't hot out, but it was still too early for such a workout. "All right, stretches," Naruto yelled, urging the genins to get moving and begin their training. He pulled out a hairband and tied his hair back into a ponytail to keep it out of the way while stretching. After an hour and a half of stretching and running laps, the genins finally earned a break. They were panting heavily, sweat rolling down their faces. Naruto and Jiraiya were also catching their breath, accustomed to this level of training from their own genin days. As the leader, Jiraiya granted the genins a 30-minute break, knowing they would need it before moving on to hand-to-hand combat. The genins would face both Naruto and Jiraiya at the same time, a challenging task considering Naruto's proficiency in taijutsu and his training under his mother. After a brief 10-minute break, Jiraiya warned them that it was time to move on to the next phase of their training. "All right, the next thing we're going to do is hand-to-hand combat training. You three will fight both me and Naruto," Jiraiya said. The genins groaned, realizing this part of the training would be tough. Not only were they up against their sensei, one of the legendary Sannin, but also Naruto Senju, the son of the Slug Princess and another legendary Sannin. They felt a wave of nervousness at the thought of Naruto's strength. Just as they were about to begin, a girl stepped into the clearing, catching their attention. It was Ritsu. Naruto turned toward her and felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Hey Ritsu, it's a surprise to see you here," he said. Ritsu blushed slightly in return. "I saw you and your team running around the village and decided to follow you." An idea sparked in Minato's mind. He glanced at Fugaku and Hisashi, and they exchanged knowing smiles, all three of them nodding in agreement. They looked over at Jiraiya, silently asking him to join their plan. Jiraiya caught on and smiled back. "Hey, Ritsu, why don't you join us for some training?" Jiraiya suggested. Ritsu hesitated but didn't want to be rude. When Minato and Hisashi gave her their best puppy eyes, she couldn't say no. "All right," she shrugged. The genins jumped around happily, and Jiraiya's smile widened. Naruto watched them with a knowing glare, aware of their little scheme. Ritsu removed her jacket, revealing a sleeveless shirt. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up again and quickly looked away, reminding himself that he wasn't like some of the others in their group. Once Ritsu was ready, she asked what they would be doing. Jiraiya explained that they would focus on hand-to-hand combat to enhance the genins' taijutsu skills. "All right, so you already know that we're going to train you on your taijutsu skills, which means no ninjutsu, only taijutsu," Jiraiya clarified. "You three will take turns fighting one of us. All you have to do is win." Jiraiya turned to Naruto. "Naruto will be the first opponent you face. I figured you three would want to take on the strongest one among us. And Naruto, try not to cause too much damage to the ground," Jiraiya added with a grin. Naruto nodded. "Feel free to attack whenever you want." The genins knew they had to work together to defeat Naruto, but the reality of facing him was daunting. He was the son of the Slug Sage, the heir of the Senju clan, and the great-grandson of the first Hokage. The pressure was on. They exchanged determined glances and nodded, deciding to attack all at once. Minato threw a smoke bomb to create cover, and he and Fugaku boosted Hisashi into the air, who activated his Byakugan and prepared to use the gentle fist technique against Naruto. Naruto focused intently on the smoke, waiting for their next move, and then he saw Hisashi soaring through the air. He noticed the tension around Hisashi's eyes and saw that his hands were in a gentle fist formation. Naruto jumped back, causing Hisashi to hit the ground and send dirt flying into the air. Naruto squinted, trying to avoid getting dirt in his eyes. Minato and Fugaku seized the moment to throw kunai and shuriken at Naruto. Anticipating their attack, Naruto released the seal on his arm, revealing his wakizashi, and deflected the projectiles with impressive speed. Hisashi leaped in front of Naruto, attempting to strike him with his gentle fist but missed. He then spun around, kicking Naruto's hand and sending the sword flying. Minato and Fugaku jumped beside Hisashi, surrounding Naruto. All at once, they charged at him, hoping to land a hit. Naruto punched the ground with all his might, creating a shockwave that pushed the genins away. They shielded their faces from the dirt, and Naruto took advantage of their momentary distraction. He dashed towards Minato and landed a punch while Minato's face was still covered, sending him crashing into a tree. Fugaku and Hisashi turned at the sound of the impact, only to see Minato sprawled on the ground in front of the fallen tree. Naruto quickly approached them and pushed them down, causing them to fall. "Never turn your back on your enemy," he advised. The genin struggled to get up, still recovering from the impact. "Giving up?" Naruto asked, observing them. Jiraiya and Ritsu watched from the sidelines, waiting to see if the boys would rise again or concede defeat. Eventually, the boys managed to get to their feet but made no attempt to attack. Naruto stood ready, willing to give them a moment to recover. After a minute, Naruto returned to his fighting stance and activated his chakra scalpel, signaling his intent to attack. The boys also assumed their stances, prepared for what Naruto had planned. He charged at them, and they instinctively backed away, recalling their previous encounters with the immobilizing chakra scalpel. Hisashi attempted to strike Naruto from behind but had to retreat when Naruto turned the scalpel in his direction. Minato summoned shadow clones to attack, but Naruto swiftly dispatched them with ease. Fugaku rushed in from the side, only to be kicked away. In a last-ditch effort, all three boys created 10 shadow clones each, hoping that sheer numbers would overwhelm Naruto. However, they soon realized their mistake. Naruto punched the ground, causing it to shatter and eliminating the clones in one blow. After several minutes of this intense training, the boys recognized that Naruto was stronger than they had anticipated. Defeating him was beyond their capabilities, which was expected given that Naruto was a special jonin, specifically a medical jonin with enhanced strength. Not to mention he was the son of Tsunade, the legendary slug sage, and had a powerful lineage. As the boys panted from exhaustion, 3 NBU appeared out of nowhere. One informed Naruto that he was summoned to the Hokage's office before they vanished. Naruto stepped back to address his friends. "Sorry guys, I need to go. The Hokage needs me." The others understood and planned to continue their training later. He apologized to Ritsu for taking up her time and for her missing out on training with them, then disappeared to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the Hokage tower, Naruto walked in. The receptionist recognized him and remained silent, her gaze lingering on him due to his sleeveless shirt and the sheen of sweat on his arms. Naruto made his way up the stairs to the Hokage's office. After knocking on the door, he waited for permission to enter. When he heard, "Come in," he opened the door and stepped inside, finding the Hokage at his desk and the council members present. He closed the door behind him, keeping his eyes on the council, whom he had never liked. He then shifted his focus to the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" he asked. Hiruzen smiled and gestured for him to take a seat in the empty chair across from his desk. Naruto sighed but complied. "Naruto, we want to discuss you and the girl you like," Danzo stated. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Hiruzen shot Danzo a narrowed glance. "What is it that we need to talk about?" Naruto inquired. Before Danzo could respond, Hiruzen interjected. "Naruto, the council is requesting an heir." Naruto turned to the council, anger flashing in his eyes. "Requesting? I don't owe you anything." Before he could express further frustration, Hiruzen intervened again. Naruto, the reason we're bringing this up is that we've noticed you and this girl seem to have a connection. Naruto looked back at the Hokage, suspicion in his gaze. Have you been spying on me? Hiruzen chuckled lightly. The village wants to ensure their prince is safe, and that requires some oversight. During that time, we observed your growing fondness for her. Hiruzen pulled out a folder from his desk and began to read aloud. Ritsu Uzumaki. Birthday, August 21st. Clan, Uzumaki. Age, Height, 1.60 meters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Blood type, AB. Village, Yuzushigakure no Sato. Medic royalty. Family, father 3rd Yuzukage, mother unknown, sister Princess Yumiko Uzumaki. Missions, unknown. Appearance, light red shoulder-length hair with a braid wrapped around the front of her head, gray eyes. Hiruzen closed the folder and set it down, looking at Naruto expectantly. He looks up to Naruto and smiles. I see you have the same taste in women as your great-grandfather, he said. Naruto offers a slight smile and shrugs his shoulders, but his expression shifts when one of the council members begins to speak. All the better to make an heir, said the only woman present, Koharu Udatane. You're 19 and she's 18, which is the perfect time to get married and start a family. Your child would be of royal lineage, being the offspring of an Uzumaki princess and the grandchild of the Senju princess, a great-great-grandchild of the first Hokage, and a great-great-grandniece or nephew of the second Hokage. Your child would be the prince or princess of Uzushio and the village. Moreover, although we already have an alliance with Uzushio due to your great-grandmother and the girl Kushina, having an heir will strengthen that alliance, added Hamura Mito Kato. Besides you, we need someone to carry the Mokutan bloodline. Life is unpredictable in the shinobi world. The sooner you have an heir, the better, said Danzo Shimura. Naruto's frustration began to boil as he listened. It sounds like you only care about the village and not about your prince, he said, making air quotes around the word. Of course we want what's best for the village. The village needs strong heirs with strong bloodlines, Koharu replied. Naruto stood up from his chair, his anger evident. You all know that I love this village, but this village can go to hell before I put it before my family. I'm not going to have a child just so you can use him or her for your own gain, he exclaimed. You would let your clan die? Koharu asked, incredulous. No, I will never let my clan die. I know the Senju clan is low on members and needs an heir, but I'm not going to bring a child into the world just for the sake of the village, he retorted. Hiruzen stared at Naruto, wide-eyed. You know I would never use you like that. Naruto turned to the Hokage and said, I know you wouldn't, then pointed at the other three, but I know they would. With that, Naruto stormed out, swinging the door open with such force that it nearly came off its hinges. He slammed it shut behind him, causing cracks to form in the wall. One thing the council learned was that Naruto inherited his mother's strength and fierce spirit, and he was not to be trifled with. Tsunade sat up, trying to catch her breath, and smiled at him. You did well. I'm proud of you. Naruto relaxed, returning her smile, happy to have earned his mother's approval. Kushina, watching from a distance, was in shock, her mouth agape. She wondered to herself, will I ever be that strong? Once they returned home, the three of them went to their bedrooms to freshen up. Afterward, Naruto headed downstairs to prepare dinner. After an hour of cooking, he had created a magnificent traditional Japanese feast. The table was filled with grilled mackerel, meat and potato stew, cucumber salad, miso soup, white rice, deep-fried shrimp, and stir-fried broccoli. Jiraiya stopped by to see Tsunade and was determined to stay until he could enjoy some of the delicious meal. After they finished eating, they indulged in cakes from the refrigerator, one for Mito and another for Tsunade. During dinner, Nawaki presented Mito with her gift, a beautiful necklace and matching earrings, just like the ones Naruto had given Tsunade, which were crafted from his Mokutan abilities. After the meal, Jiraiya asked Naruto when he planned to marry Ritsu. That's none of your business, Naruto replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Jiraiya then inquired about whether Naruto intended to have children and how many. Naruto, inheriting Tsunade's fiery spirit, responded with a burst of strength that sent Jiraiya flying across the room. The Byakugan seal reappeared on Naruto's forehead after the incident, causing gasps from the others. Tsunade noted, "Your seal has returned." Naruto was surprised but smiled nonetheless. Kushina noticed something unusual in Naruto's hair and asked, Naruto, since when did you have a red streak in your hair?" As Naruto walked home from the Hokage Tower, he seethed with anger, imagining how satisfying it would be to send those council members flying through a wall. He was furious at their demands for him to produce an heir. He would have a child on his own terms, not because of pressure from anyone else. As he strolled through the village, the villagers waved at him, but they quickly noticed his foul mood. Normally, he would return their greetings, but today, his thoughts were consumed with frustration towards the council. At the Senju compound, Tsunade and Jiraiya were chatting in the living room while Mito listened, sipping her tea. Kushina was still with her team, and Shizune hadn't come over that day. The front door swung open, revealing Naruto, who tried to close it gently but ended up slamming it shut. Jiraiya asked what the Hokage wanted with him, but Naruto, still in a bad mood, remained silent. Concerned by the anger etched on her son's face, Tsunade watched as he angrily removed his shoes before heading upstairs. Just as he reached the halfway point of the stairs, Tsunade called out, "Naruto, what's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, typical of any teenager. But Tsunade wasn't satisfied. "Get back down here and tell me what's wrong," she insisted. With a sigh, Naruto turned around and walked back down to his mother. Tsunade shifted to the far left of the couch, Jiraiya took the far right, leaving space in the middle for Naruto. Mito set her cup down, eager to hear what her great-grandson had to say. Sitting between his mother and Jiraiya, Naruto hesitated to share his feelings. Tsunade scooted closer, taking his hand. "What's wrong?" she asked again, her concern evident. Mito and Jiraiya mirrored her worry. They had seen Naruto angry before, but this time felt different. Taking a deep breath, Naruto finally spoke. "When I went to see the Hokage, the council was there. They're demanding an heir from me." The moment those words left his mouth, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Mito felt a surge of anger. "Those BSTRDs," Jiraiya growled. Naruto continued, "They know I like Ritsu, and based on her profile, they think it's the perfect time for me to have a child. They say that since I'm 19 and Ritsu is 18, it would be advantageous for our families. If I have a child with her, that child would be of royal blood from both Uzushio and the village. Ritsu is the daughter of the third Uzukage, and I'm the great-grandson of the first Hokage and the great-grandnephew of the second. They believe having a child with her would strengthen our alliance with Uzushio and continue the Mokutan bloodline." The outrage in the room was palpable. The council cared little for Naruto, their so-called prince. They only wanted a Senju heir to bolster their own power. Though Naruto didn't mention it, they all knew that Danzo was behind the push for the Mokutan bloodline, obsessed with its potential to increase his own strength. Mito and Jiraiya were outraged, but Tsunade's anger was even more intense. How dare they demand such a thing from her son? Just as she was about to express her frustration, there was a knock on the door. It couldn't be Kushina, since she had a key, but it could be Shizune. Tsunade stormed to the door and flung it open with such force that it nearly came off its hinges. Her fury was palpable. When she opened the door, it wasn't Shizune standing there, it was the Hokage. Tsunade grabbed Hiruzen by the collar and pulled him inside, slamming the door shut behind him. She didn't give him a moment to remove his shoes before pushing him onto the couch beside Naruto, standing before him with an expression of pure rage. Hiruzen felt sweat trickling down his face. He had seen how upset Naruto was when he left his office, and he knew Tsunade had learned the reason for his anger. Now, Mito and Jiraiya were looking to him for answers. While Jiraiya's anger didn't faze him, Mito's was a different story. Her fury was intimidating. But it was Tsunade who truly terrified him. He could practically feel her intense presence, a force that made the air around them thick with tension. Although she wasn't directly angry with her mentor, she directed her frustration at him because he was the Hokage. He should have kept the council in check, and if she discovered he agreed with their demands, the consequences would be dire. Tsunade was like a protective lioness, ready to defend her young from any threat. The threats in this case were Hiruzen and the council. One should never underestimate a mother defending her child. Tell me, why is the council demanding my son be an heir at such a young age? She asked, her tone daring him to respond. Hiruzen was genuinely frightened. Yes, the Hokage, the strongest person in the village, was scared. He had every reason to be. He had to answer to Tsunade, who was furious that the council had upset her son. He had witnessed civilian mothers take extreme measures to protect their children, but Tsunade was no ordinary mother. She was a seasoned shinobi. If a civilian mother could be fierce, Tsunade's wrath would be far worse. The council demands an heir due to the dwindling numbers of your clan. They believe that if Naruto marries Ritsu and has a child, it would strengthen the alliance with Yuzusho. They also want to see if Naruto's child will inherit the Mokutan bloodline, he explained. Tsunade stepped closer, hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow. So they only want an heir to make the village stronger? It seems that way, yes, he replied. They're also considering the Clan Restoration Act. Hiruzen felt 2 more waves of anger directed at him, coming from Mito and Jiraiya. He was surprised that Jiraiya could be this furious. It was worse than when he found out Tsunade had left the village with Dan when Naruto was born. Mito's anger was equally unsettling. This was about her great-grandchild. The council wanted to place her great-grandson under the Clan Restoration Act. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Naruto looked over at Hiruzen, confused. See, what's that? He asked. The intensity of the anger surrounding Hiruzen suddenly dissipated. He glanced at Tsunade, Mito, and Jiraiya, noticing the sorrow in their eyes. The Clan Restoration Act is a program that your great-granduncle created. It allows clan heirs to take multiple partners to increase their chances of having children who inherit the clan's bloodline, Mito explained. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why would Ojaizen create such a program? Mito sighed before answering. When the village was being established and your great-grandfather was Hokage, people from various places came to live here. As the village grew and your great-granduncle took over, he realized the village needed more clans, so he initiated this program to encourage young men to take wives and build their own clans. Naruto turned to Hiruzen. What about Uncle Nawaki? Why don't they talk to him about having an heir? Hiruzen looked at Naruto and replied, if your uncle were to have a child, that child wouldn't be the heir of the clan. Since your mother is the firstborn and you are her child, you are the heir, and your child would inherit that title. Naruto looked down, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. What if I don't want to get married? What if I don't want to have a child? Even though he spoke softly, the others heard him clearly. Tsunade knelt in front of him, gently lifting his chin so she could meet his gaze. Oh honey, it's your life, your decision. You don't have to have kids if you don't want to. None of us would be upset. You wouldn't be upset if I let the clan die out? Naruto questioned. Tsunade placed her hands on his shoulders. No, I wouldn't. Even if the clan were to fade away without an heir, I know you wouldn't do it intentionally. Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's back. You have your whole life ahead of you. You might not want kids now, but when you get older, you might change your mind. And if you choose not to have kids, we can always talk to your uncle about it. Naruto looked back at him, asking, and what if uncle doesn't want any children? Mito replied, then the clan would have no heir, but like your mother said, none of us would be upset. Tsunade stood up and looked at her sensei, ready to confront the council. Take us to your office. I want to talk with the council. Hiruzen gulped nervously, knowing his student was about to unleash her fury on the council. He stood up and walked toward the door, while Naruto could still feel the intensity radiating from his mother. He stands up in front of her and says, Mom, please don't do anything drastic. Tsunade smiles sweetly and replies, I won't, as she walks to the door to put on her shoes. Naruto's eyes widen, and he rushes to his mother. Mom, I recognize that smile. You're planning something against the council. Once she finishes putting on her shoes, she stands up and looks at Naruto. With a smile, she says, a mother must protect her child. She kisses his forehead and then walks out the door. Naruto stands there for about 10 seconds before putting on his shoes to follow her. Mito and Jiraiya follow Naruto, not to stop Tsunade but to join her in confronting the council. Hokage's office. Upon entering his office with Tsunade, Naruto, Mito, and Jiraiya, Hiruzen orders one of his ANBU guards to summon the council once again, leaving them waiting in the Hokage's office. Tsunade couldn't wait to confront them. How dare they stress her poor baby boy? Mito and Jiraiya stood beside her, contemplating doing the same to those responsible, while Naruto stood near the Hokage. Yes, he too wanted to put those individuals in their place, but he was also worried about what his family might do. I understand why Mom is doing this, but come on, I'm 19. I can take care of myself. If I didn't have the self-control she lacks, they would have already faced the consequences, he thought. He and the Hokage jolted when a knock was heard. Hiruzen called out, "Enter," so the people on the other side of the door could hear. Sure enough, it was the council. Upon entering, they were surprised to see the Senju family but managed to hide their reactions. Even though they were old, they weren't foolish. They knew Naruto must have informed his mother about the meeting. As they stepped further into the room, the door closed behind them. Danzo approached the Hokage and asked, "Why did you summon us again, Hiruzen, and why is the Senju family here?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and replied, "It's Hokage-sama to you, Danzo, and the reason the Senju family is here is to discuss a matter with you." Koharu and Hamura walked further into the room and sat down in the empty chairs. Danzo hesitated for a moment but then followed, casting a glance at Tsunade as he took his seat. Tsunade wasn't intimidated by Danzo. She met his gaze, daring him to try something. Wanting to get to the point, she stood up, placed her hands firmly on the table, and looked directly into their eyes, her voice fierce as she exclaimed, "You have no right to demand anything from my son." The council didn't flinch at her outburst, but they were aware of her capabilities and didn't underestimate her. Danzo, being as callous as ever, said, "We need an heir to carry on the Mokutan bloodline." After Danzo spoke, Jiraiya stood up and glared at him. "Is that all you care about? You focus on the Mokutan bloodline but ignore what Naruto thinks about this matter." Koharu interjected, "The heir would be of royal lineage. Being the grandchild of the third Uzukage and a descendant of the first Hokage, Naruto would strengthen our alliance if he marries the third Uzukage's daughter." Hamura supported Koharu, saying, "The heir would bolster the alliance we have with Uzushio." Mito was outraged. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. They only cared about the village's strength, not its people. As the first princess of Uzushio and the eldest child of the first Uzukage, she stood up for her people as their ambassador. "My people will not ally with you. They would sever ties with this village if they knew what you were trying to do. They won't tolerate using their princess and the descendant of their cousin clan to strengthen your position while leaving them with nothing. If Uzushio breaks the alliance, you will suffer the consequences. Uzushio is the reason this village is what it is today. We brought Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu here. Because of us, people saw Konoha as a place to settle and start clans, and we can take that away if you continue to exploit us. Without our alliance, the resources you receive will cease, and the clan heads will have no choice but to leave for another village, leaving Konoha weaker than ever." Tsunade backed her up, saying, "Uzushio will end its alliance with the village, but the bond between the Senju and Uzumaki clans will always remain. The Senju clan will relocate and merge with the Uzumaki, prompting all the clan heads to do the same." Koharu, wide-eyed, leaned forward and said, "You can't do that. The Senju clan originated here." Tsunade narrowed her eyes and replied, "I can and will if necessary. As clan head of the Senju clan, I will protect my clan from any possible danger, even if it means relocating." Hamura crossed his arms and said, "So you're okay with your clan dying out?" Naruto, tired of their arguing, decided to intervene. He shot out of his chair, causing it to topple over. The sound made everyone jump, and all attention turned to him. His narrowed eyes focused on the council as he declared, "As I said before, I will never let my clan die out, but I will not prioritize this village over my family. I will decide if I want to marry and have children, and if I do, it will be because I want to, not for the village." Turning to his family, he said, "Can we go? I have a headache," and proceeded to walk out of the room. His family followed him, casting one last look at the council as they exited. Mito, the last to leave, added one final remark before stepping out. Hashirama and Tobirama would be every bit the formidable duo that legends spoke of. Their bond as brothers was unbreakable, forged through countless battles and shared dreams of a peaceful world. Together, they faced challenges that tested their strength and resolve, each encounter deepening their connection. In the midst of a fierce battle, the air crackled with energy as Hashirama unleashed his powerful jutsu, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Tobirama, ever the strategist, moved with precision, supporting his brother with swift and calculated strikes. The enemy was relentless, but the brothers fought with unwavering determination, their spirits ignited by the hope of a brighter future. As the dust settled, they stood side by side, breathing heavily but victorious. The thrill of battle coursed through their veins, a reminder of their purpose. They exchanged a knowing glance, a silent promise that they would continue to protect their village and each other, no matter the cost. In the quiet moments that followed, they reflected on their journey, the sacrifices made, and the dreams that still lay ahead. Their bond was a testament to their strength, and together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them. The walk home from the meeting with the council was quiet. Each person was lost in their thoughts. On the way, they met up with Kushina, and they all walked home together. The silence made Kushina uneasy, and she wondered what was bothering them. When they arrived home, Tsunade may have accidentally punched and damaged the front gate of the compound, which would take 2 weeks to repair. Kushina asked Naruto why everyone seemed upset, but he only told her to wash up for dinner. Tsunade, Mito, and Jiraiya turned to sake to calm their nerves, but Naruto reminded them to limit themselves to 2 or 3 small glasses so they wouldn't be too out of it for dinner while he went upstairs to freshen up. After a shower that helped him relax, Naruto began preparing dinner. As he chopped vegetables at a rapid pace, he imagined the vegetables were the council members. Unlike his mother, who would confront her anger head-on, Naruto preferred to channel his frustrations into objects, like he had done with the coffee table when the boys pressured him. Once dinner was ready, he set the table. Nawaki walked in, finally returning from his mission. He intended to ask Naruto if he needed help but sensed the tension in the air after just a few moments, so he decided to wash up for dinner instead. Dinner that night was silent. The next day, Jiraiya, Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi were already at the training ground when Naruto arrived. They were waiting for him and Ritsu, who had agreed to join them for training. It took only 5 minutes for Ritsu to show up, this time dressed appropriately for training. Jiraiya sent Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi off to do laps around the village again, just like the day before, so he, Naruto, and Ritsu could discuss the day's training plan. Naruto suggested, "Hey, see that lake over there? We can use it to our advantage against the kids." Jiraiya and Ritsu exchanged concerned glances. "But we haven't taught them how to stand on water yet," Ritsu pointed out. Naruto smiled. "That's all the more reason to use the lake. When the kids are old enough to go on missions outside the village, they'll face situations they might not know how to handle, and they need to learn how to navigate those challenges." Jiraiya and Ritsu nodded, finally understanding Naruto's perspective. He then turned to Ritsu and said, "You can train them this time." Ritsu paled slightly at the suggestion. She had never trained anyone in hand-to-hand or ninjutsu combat before, only in medical ninjutsu. Despite being skilled with 3 chakra types, she felt more comfortable with medical techniques. Seeing her distress, Naruto reassured her. "You'll be a distraction, and Jiraiya will handle the heavy lifting unless you want to take on that role yourself." Ritsu took a deep breath and replied, "I'll be fine. Jiraiya can be the distraction." Naruto nodded and turned to Jiraiya. "You can use your toads in the water when Ritsu gets the kids close enough." Jiraiya agreed, and their conversation ended as they heard the kids returning. Naruto addressed the genins. "Okay, for today's training we're mixing things up a bit. Instead of just taijutsu, you can now use ninjutsu." The genin's eyes widened with excitement at the prospect of finally using ninjutsu. "But before we start..." Naruto pulled out 3 pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to the genins. They looked at the papers, puzzled. "Sensei, why are you giving us paper?" Minato asked. Naruto smiled. These aren't just any papers, they're chakra induction papers. They help determine your chakra type. If these papers come into contact with even a hint of chakra, they'll react according to the chakra's latent element. He held up a paper and exposed it to his chakra. The paper split in half twice, dividing into 4 pieces. One piece ignited and turned to ash, another crumbled into dirt, another became wet, and the last one wrinkled. Naruto explained, as you saw, the paper split into 4, each reacting differently. This means I have more than one chakra nature. He stepped closer to show them the results of the paper exposure. The paper splits into 2 when exposed to wind chakra, but since I have 4 chakra natures, it's split into 4. He dropped the ashes on the ground. The paper ignites and turns to ash with fire chakra. Then he dropped the crumbled dirt. It turns to dirt and crumbles with earth chakra. Finally, he dropped the wrinkled paper. And it wrinkles with lightning chakra. The kids looked at Naruto with awe. He had every element known to them. Naruto held out the papers to the boys. Now with this paper, you'll be able to find out what chakra type you have. The boys each took a paper and began to expose them to their chakra. Minato's paper split in 2, Fugaku's paper ignited and turned to ash, and Hisashi's paper became damp. Seeing the boys' chakra types made Naruto, Jiraiya, and Ritsu smile. The boys were a step closer to becoming fully enhanced shinobis. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, proud of his students. Okay, now let me tell you the important things about your chakra types. Starting with you, Minato, but this will also benefit you too, he said, pointing to Fugaku and Hisashi. Most wind release techniques are performed by making chakra as sharp and thin as possible. However, wind can also be generated as a large, concussive force to overwhelm a target. Wind-based techniques are mainly short to mid-range offensive techniques that combine brute force and keen precision to deal cutting and slashing damage. Wind techniques are usually performed by generating air circulation and can be enhanced through this method. Wind-natured chakra can also be channeled into blades to increase their cutting power and overall range. Wind release also specializes in deflecting and even reflecting attacks. Jiraiya finished. Ritsu stepped forward to add to what Jiraiya had said. The relationship that wind release has with other natures is that wind is strong against lightning because it is a natural electrical insulator but weak against fire because it feeds the flames. Wind can also be used in conjunction with fire release to augment the strength of the fire technique. Additionally, wind can be used with water release to increase the latter's concussive and overall destructive power. Naruto looked over to Fugaku. Even though I feel you already know about your chakra type, being an Uchiha and all, I'm going to tell you anyway. Fire release is performed by molding superheated chakra inside the stomach before releasing it through the lungs and mouth. Commonly affiliated with the tiger hand seal, fire release consists of mid to long-range offensive techniques that cause combustive and explosive damage. The relationship that fire has with other natures is that fire is strong against wind because the air feeds the flames, but fire can be weak against wind if the wind technique is stronger. Fire is weak against water because it cools and smothers the flames. Fire can be used with wind release to increase the strength of a fire technique and even overcome the superior water element. Fire can also be used in conjunction with lightning release to augment the latter by using the former to alter weather conditions with a sufficiently powerful technique. Ritsu turned to Hisashi and began to explain water release. Water release takes much more ability to create water outside the body than to manipulate what is already available or expel it from the mouth. Water release techniques can not only change shape but state as well. Certain techniques can even allow the user to increase the water's heaviness and viscosity, making it a suitable element to capture targets. Offensive water techniques seem to inflict harm from the sudden force they exert, which could cause significant internal damage. The relationship to water is that water is strong against fire because it naturally extinguishes flames, though a sufficiently powerful fire technique can cause evaporation. Water is weak against earth because earth structures can dissipate the force of water, rendering the technique ineffective. Water release can be used in conjunction with lightning release to increase the flow of electricity, thus increasing damage taken by the target. Additionally, it can be used with wind release to enhance the concussive and overall destructive power of a water technique. So those are the important things you three need to know about your chakra types, Jiraiya said. There are 2 other chakra types that you need to be aware of in case you come across a ninja that has them or if you encounter them yourselves, Ritsu spoke up. Ritsu took a paper from Naruto and exposed it to her chakra. The paper split in 2, one side became damp while the other wrinkled. The other 2 you need to know are lightning and earth. Lightning release allows the user to generate lightning by increasing the high-frequency vibrations of their chakra. The electricity paralyzes the target, making them unable to move and leaving them vulnerable. While uncommon, lightning can be infused into bladed weapons, similar to wind release, through chakra flow for increased piercing power. The relationships that lightning has with other natures are that lightning is strong against earth because it easily travels through and breaks the ground. It's weak against wind because it is a natural electrical insulator. Lightning can potentially surpass the penetrative force of wind by increasing its vibration frequency high enough. Lightning also has a unique relationship with water since water conducts electricity. This means water release can be used to increase the damage of a lightning release. One can also be paralyzed by their own technique if in water, so if any of you start performing lightning release when you're older, just be careful. Naruto stepped in to explain earth release. Earth release allows the user to manipulate the surrounding earth for offensive and defensive purposes or create it, whether it be dirt, mud, or rock. Earth release techniques can change the strength and composition of the earth, making it as hard as metal or as soft as clay, as well as manipulating its density, making it heavier or lighter. This includes allowing the user to travel through ground or rock in various ways, which can be essential for both transportation and setting up attacks or creating defenses. Pre-existing earth is not necessary, as the user can create it with their own chakra. The relationships earth has with other natures are that earth is strong against water because it can absorb water to the point of becoming muddy and then drying up, but it is weak against lightning because it can easily travel through and break the ground apart. Just when they thought they knew everything about the chakra natures, Naruto wasn't done. Another thing you three need to know is about my bloodline, Mokutan. As you might already know, Mokutan is a combined nature transformation Kekii Genkai that originated from the Senju clan. It consists of techniques that mix earth-based chakra in one hand and water-based in the other. Wood and plants can be produced from any surface, including the user's own body, as the user's chakra is literally converted into a source of life. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, and in an instant, his arm transformed into wooden tendrils that gently restrained Jiraiya. Jiraiya called out to Naruto, urging him to let go while attempting to break free, but Naruto remained focused, ignoring Jiraiya's plea. Ritsu and the boys laughed at Jiraiya. Naruto, still holding Jiraiya in place, turned back to the group to continue. Despite being known as a Kekii Genkai, aside from me, my great-grandfather is the only one who naturally possessed wood release. His ability to use this technique was one of the reasons he was named the first Hokage. With his wood release secret technique, he laid the foundation of this village and could reshape battlefields to his advantage. It's also known that Azura Otsutsuki was the first person to possess this Kekii Genkai. Wood release has been sought after by many due to its ability to suppress and control the chakra of a tailed beast and, by extension, its Jinchuriki. Hashirama's necklace, when used with his Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, helped in controlling a tailed beast. The boys listened intently, fascinated by their sensei's bloodline. The Mokutan bloodline was renowned, the very foundation of the village, and simply remarkable. Finally free from Naruto's wood tentacles, Jiraiya clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Alright, before we start, we're going to teach you some techniques that are easy to learn. First, we'll begin with water. Ritsu, would you please demonstrate? Ritsu nodded and turned to Hizashi. Hizashi, pay close attention. I'm going to show you how to perform a basic C-rank water release. Hizashi looked at Ritsu and nodded. She walked toward the entrance of the forest and then turned back to him. This water release is called Mizurappa, or Raging Wave. Since this is a C-rank technique, it should be easy for you. The hand seals for this technique are Dragon, Tiger, and Hare. It's an offensive technique that can be used at short to mid-range. Its strength depends on how much chakra you release. Ritsu faced the forest and began forming the hand signs, dragon tiger hair. Suten, Mizurappa. A powerful surge of water erupted from Ritsu's mouth, crashing into the trees and causing significant damage. Hizashi's eyes widened in amazement at the force of her technique. Jiraiya leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, "Your girl is strong." Naruto shot him a glare. After completing the technique, Ritsu turned back to Hizashi. "Now it's your turn." Hizashi took a deep breath and stepped up beside Ritsu. He focused, forming the hand signs, dragon tiger hair. He infused more chakra into his technique, hoping to match Ritsu's power. Suten, Mizurappa. Water burst forth, but the force only managed to break one tree and strip the bark off another. Ritsu looked at Hizashi with pride. "You did well," she complimented. Hizashi smiled but then fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Ritsu encouraged him to rest and turned to Jiraiya, eager to know the next step. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and suggested he teach Minato while he would instruct Fugaku. Naruto nodded in agreement and approached Minato with a smile. "Okay, Minato, I'm going to teach you a C-rank technique that matches your chakra nature." After explaining the plan, Naruto led Minato to the entrance of the forest, just like Ritsu had done with Hizashi. The technique I'm about to teach you is called Daitapa, or Great Breakthrough. This technique creates a powerful gust of wind. Its scale and effectiveness depend on the user. It's also an offensive technique, effective at short to mid-range. A skilled shinobi can use it to knock down a large tree or blow away everything in their line of sight. The hand seals for this technique are tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. Now, pay close attention. Naruto took a deep breath and began forming the hand signs. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. Futon, Daitapa. A massive gust of wind erupted from Naruto's mouth, sending leaves flying and uprooting trees. The forest looked bare, as if it were autumn. You know, I created my own technique inspired by this one. It uses the same hand seals and has a similar effect, but I named it Rayon no Gun, or Lion's Roar. Minato snapped back to focus, looking at Naruto, who smiled encouragingly. "Now it's your turn to try," Naruto said. Minato hesitated but nodded. He took a deep breath and began forming the hand signs. Tiger, ox, rabbit, snake. Futon, Daitapa. A strong gust of wind shot from Minato's mouth, hitting a tree and breaking it in half, though it didn't have the same power as Naruto's technique. Seeing Minato's disappointment, Naruto knelt beside him. "Hey, it's okay. You wouldn't be able to create the same level of damage as I can. I'm older, which means I can channel more chakra into my attacks." Minato looked surprised, wondering how Naruto knew what he was thinking. "I understand how you feel," Naruto continued with a gentle smile. "I felt the same way when I trained with my mother. She could split the ground with just a finger while I struggled to break through even the thinnest wood." Minato stared at Naruto, wide-eyed, then looked down. Naruto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, reassuring him before they returned to the others. Jiraiya signaled for Fugaku to join him as he walked to the edge of the lake. Fugaku follows Jiraiya to the lake without hesitation. Once they reach the water's edge, Jiraiya begins to explain what he plans to teach Fugaku. "Alright, this C-rank technique is called the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. It creates a volley of small fireballs that fly unpredictably toward the enemy. Additionally, the flames can be controlled individually with chakra, making it extremely difficult to avoid them all. Shurikens can also be hidden within the flames, adding an unexpected secondary attack. Just like the flames, the shurikens can be controlled with chakra, but primarily, this technique is used as a distraction." Fugaku nods, absorbing the information. The hand seals for this technique are rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. It's classified as offensive and has a short range. "Let me demonstrate." Jiraiya begins to perform the hand signs and takes a deep breath. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fireballs erupt from Jiraiya's mouth, soaring over the lake and striking the trees on the opposite side, igniting them in flames. After demonstrating, Jiraiya wipes the sweat from his forehead and gestures for Fugaku to give it a try. Fugaku steps forward, preparing to attempt the fire technique. He performs the hand signs, rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, and takes a deep breath. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fireballs shoot from Fugaku's mouth, hitting and igniting some trees on the far side of the lake. He stops the technique, breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiraiya smiles at him and gives him a thumbs up. Turning to the other two boys, Jiraiya says, "All right, you three will have an hour to practice the new techniques we've taught you, and then you'll have to face us in a friendly match." The boys exchange nervous glances, anticipation and excitement evident on their faces. Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi stood a few feet away from Jiraiya, Naruto, and Ritsu. The boys were still deciding whether to attack first or wait for their senseis to make a move. Despite having learned some ninjutsu techniques suited to their chakra types, they felt intimidated and unsure of their chances against their experienced teachers. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Ritsu grew impatient after a couple of minutes of waiting for the boys to act. They decided to take the initiative. In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight, putting the boys on high alert. They knew how formidable he was, so they had to be cautious. As they searched for Naruto, they neglected to watch Ritsu and Jiraiya. Ritsu swiftly threw kunai at them, which connected to chakra wires. Jiraiya ignited the wires, and Ritsu directed the flames toward the boys using wind style. The boys jumped out of the way just in time to avoid the fire, momentarily forgetting about Naruto, who was hiding beneath them. With their attention diverted, Naruto seized the opportunity to sneak up on them. When they landed back on the ground, Naruto emerged, grabbing Hizashi and pulling him down into the earth, leaving only his head visible. Minato and Fugaku were taken aback, clearly caught off guard, just as Hizashi was. Meanwhile, Naruto reappeared beside Jiraiya and Ritsu, hands on his hips and a confident smirk on his face. Minato and Fugaku stared at Naruto in disbelief. "What was that?" they exclaimed. Naruto simply smiled and replied, "You have to be prepared for anything." Those words snapped Minato and Fugaku back into their fighting stances. Hizashi managed to free himself from the ground using water style, transforming the dirt into mud, and rejoined his teammates. Jiraiya charged at them, releasing sticky oil. Gamayuden! The boys attempted to evade, but they were too slow. Naruto quickly formed hand signs. Rat, ox, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Katon, imeshitsu. Minato and Fugaku saw the flames racing toward them. Realizing the danger if the flames hit the oil, they quickly decided to combine their jutsus. Fugaku executed the same technique as Naruto, though his version was less powerful. Minato added wind style to enhance the flames. Katon, imeshitsu. Futon, de tapa. Fugaku's flames matched Naruto's in width. The two fire techniques collided, creating an intense heat that evaporated the oil and allowed the boys to escape. Since neither technique was stronger, they canceled each other out, filling the air with smoke and reducing visibility. Fugaku and Hizashi activated their dojutsu to stay alert for any surprise attacks. Using the smoke as cover, Ritsu hurled a dozen kunai at them. Thanks to their dojutsu, Fugaku and Hizashi spotted the kunai and managed to block and dodge them, protecting Minato in the process. However, they were unaware that one of the kunai was marked until it was too late. As the marked kunai passed them, Naruto appeared behind them without a sound, charging forward with his fist clenched. Cha! Hearing the shout, they turned just in time to see Naruto racing toward them. They leaped aside as Naruto's fist struck the ground, creating a large crack. The boys jumped to the edge of the lake, distancing themselves from Naruto and the newly formed hole. This was the moment Jiraiya had been waiting for to draw the boys closer to the water. He bit his thumb and began forming hand signs. Then slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A giant toad emerged from the water, capturing the boys in a tight grip, making escape nearly impossible. They were startled by the sudden splash behind them, and before they could react, something enormous seized them. They struggled to break free, but it was futile. Naruto, Ritsu, and Jiraiya watched with arms crossed and smiles on their faces. So, Are you going to give up? Ritsu asked. The boys hung their heads, acknowledging their defeat. The toad released them and retreated. Naruto sighed, knowing they had surrendered. His smile widened as he began to speak. You guys did really well this time. You three worked together and demonstrated excellent teamwork. He turned to Minato and Fugaku. I loved how you two applied what you learned about combining jutsus to overcome my fire technique. He looked at Hizashi. I admired how you found a way to escape the trap using your water style to turn the dirt into mud and still assist your teammates. Finally, he glanced back at Fugaku. I also appreciated how you both used your dojutsu to stay alert and protect Minato when he couldn't see. What you did showed us that you excel in teamwork and will support each other on any battlefield, no matter the circumstances. The boys' faces lit up with pride from the praise they received. Jiraiya clapped his hands to get their attention. Alright, that's all for training today. Go home, rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow. It was 7 in the morning when Minato, Fugaku, and Hizashi got up to get ready for the day and meet up with their senseis for another day of training. As they got out of bed, they felt a strange sensation, something that made them uncomfortable. They worried they might have had an accident during the night, but they didn't want to admit it to anyone. The thought of a 13-year-old having to explain such a thing was too embarrassing. They decided to brush it off, change their sheets, wash up, and prepare for the day ahead. After a while, Naruto and Jiraiya were waiting for the boys at the training grounds. When the boys arrived, Naruto noticed something unusual on their faces. As a doctor, he recognized it immediately: a pimple. He crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. Hey Jiraiya, we should give the boys a break, Naruto suggested. Jiraiya looked puzzled. Why? The boys are becoming young adults, Naruto explained. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, still not fully grasping what Naruto meant. They're going through PBRTY, Naruto clarified. Oh, Jiraiya replied, finally understanding. We should give them a break so they can process what's happening with their bodies. Jiraiya agreed but then asked, but how do you know they've started PBRY? Because they're 13 and have pimples, Naruto pointed out. Jiraiya glanced over at the boys and confirmed Naruto's observation. He sighed and called the boys over, interrupting their stretching exercises. Alright guys, Naruto and I have decided to give you a break from training. Their faces lit up at the news. Now we can spend some quality time together, Naruto added with a smile. Jiraiya, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the topic, tried to slip away. Sorry guys, but I have some important things to do, he said, making his exit. Naruto, however, wasn't having it. He playfully tugged on Jiraiya's hair to bring him back. You're going to spend some quality time with us, or else, he said in a mock-threatening tone. Jiraiya whined but stayed put, not wanting to face Naruto's wrath. Naruto turned back to the boys, smiling. Let's head to my office at the hospital. There's something I want to discuss with you three. The boys exchanged glances, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. At Naruto's office in the hospital, the boys sat on the couch, nervous about what Naruto had to say. After searching through some scrolls, Naruto found the one he was looking for. So guys, I noticed that you three are going through some changes, he began. The boys looked at each other, confused. Naruto continued, as teenagers, your bodies start going through changes to prepare for adulthood. This process is called PBRY. He unsealed the scroll and handed it to them. This scroll contains the basic stages of PBRY in boys. The boys read through the scroll, their cheeks warming slightly as they absorbed the information. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Naruto reassured them. PBRY happens to everyone, it's completely natural. Their blush deepened, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Haven't your parents talked to you about this? Fugaku and Hizashi looked away, feeling shy, while Minato simply stated, I don't have any parents. Naruto nodded, understanding. I know, but what about your teammates? The boys remained silent, contemplating the changes they were experiencing together. Flashback. Hello Naruto, how was your day? Tsunade asked. Naruto sighed and leaned his head on his mother's shoulder. It was fine. Anything interesting happen? Nawaki asked. Naruto sighed again and replied, not really, except for the boys starting to change. Tsunade sat up with interest. It seems like all of the younger generation are going through their transformations. Naruto sat up as well. Kushina too? Mito nodded. Yep. Kushina started hers last week. Naruto sighed for the last time and rested his head on his mother's lap. Let the mood swings begin. The week before, Kushina woke up early that morning to meet her team at the training grounds. However, she felt strange. Her body ached, and she woke up in a sweat. She quickly took a shower to avoid being late. By the time she finished, she felt a little better, but her body still hurt. She went downstairs for breakfast, just an apple and juice, and asked Tsunade for some pain relievers. Tsunade looked at her with concern. "Why do you need pain relievers?" she asked while handing Kushina the pills. "My body just aches, that's all." That was all Kushina said before she took the pills and swallowed them with water. Before Tsunade could say anything else, Kushina dashed out the door. Tsunade stared in the direction of the door with her eyebrow raised, suspecting what was happening but deciding to wait for confirmation. Training grounds. Cha! Kushina dove down from behind Haruka, attempting a sneak attack. The ground shook as Kushina punched it, narrowly missing Haruka, their sensei. Haruka landed just far enough away from Kushina. Just as she thought she was in the clear, Mikoto appeared out of nowhere, trying to ensnare her in a genjutsu. Kushina looked away but was too late. She tried to move, but found herself unable to. Looking down, she saw the ground seemingly pulling her feet down. She attempted to break the genjutsu but discovered her hands were bound by some kind of earth technique. She looked up to see Mabuki making hand signs. Knowing Mabuki could only use water techniques, Kushina thought that if she could unleash a strong fire technique, it would evaporate the water. Water release, gunshot. Haruka made hand signs while her hands were bound. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Fire release, flame bullet." Both techniques canceled each other out, creating a cloud of steam in the air. Haruka kept her eyes on the spot where she last saw Mabuki for as long as she could. Suddenly, she was hit from the side. Turning to see who it was, she found it was Kushina. "Cha!" Haruka yelped in surprise as she was knocked into the ground, breaking the genjutsu. Kushina stood over Haruka, cracking her knuckles. Haruka lay in the crater for a moment before slowly getting up. Her entire body ached now. Since when did the girls get so aggressive? She thought. She observed them for a moment and noticed changes in their demeanor. Their bodies were starting to develop, and she even spotted a small blemish forming on Kushina's cheek. She smiled and stood to her full height. "Good job, girls. That's all for today." Haruka winced in pain, grabbing her side where Kushina had hit her, and fell to the ground. Kushina, Mikoto, and Mabuki rushed to her, concerned. Kushina knelt beside her and began to heal her. "Sorry for hitting so hard." Haruka smiled. "It's okay." It took Kushina only a minute to heal her. She even gave Haruka a food pill to help her regain her energy. Once Haruka felt well enough, she stood up. "Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving." The girls giggled and ran off toward the village, with Haruka following behind them. In the village, after the girls went shopping for new clothes, they stopped at Yakiniku-Q for lunch. As they chatted, Kushina suddenly felt uneasy. Her stomach began to hurt, and she clenched it, a pained expression crossing her face. Her friends noticed something was wrong with Kushina. "What's wrong?" Haruka looked over and saw Kushina in distress. "Kushina, are you all right?" she asked. "I don't feel so well. I think it's time for me to go home." "You barely touched your food." "Sorry here." Kushina placed some change on the table. She then got up, said her goodbyes, and walked off. The three of them watched Kushina leave, unsure of what had just happened. Senju-kampa. Tsunade was sitting in the living room, reading a book, when she heard the front door open. She looked up to see who it was. After a few seconds, Kushina walked in. "Hello," Tsunade greeted. Kushina, still suffering from cramps and feeling a bit moody, only groaned and walked upstairs. Tsunade, knowing what was happening as a medic, decided to give Kushina some space and returned to her book. Upstairs. Kushina set her things down on her bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As she started to undress, she noticed she felt clammy, which made her feel even worse. She couldn't wait to get into the shower. Just as she was removing her last layer of clothing, she noticed something red. Ah! Downstairs. Just as Tsunade had settled back into her reading, she jumped at the sound of Kushina's scream. "I'm bleeding!" Tsunade let out a heavy sigh, put her book down, and began her journey upstairs, mentally preparing herself for what she would have to deal with. It was the last week of July, just 11 days before Tsunade's birthday, 18 days before Nawaki's birthday, and 30 days before Ritsu's birthday. Naruto had planned to take them and the whole family to Uzushi-Ogakure to celebrate. It would be nice to get away and travel a bit. Naruto walked to the Hokage Tower to inform Hiruzen about his plans for August. He knew he couldn't leave the village without permission. He needed the Hokage's approval to take time off from work. Upon entering the tower, he greeted the receptionist and requested to see the Hokage. She informed him that Hiruzen was in a meeting and that he could wait outside his office. Thanking her, he made his way upstairs to the Hokage's office. Once there, he sat on a bench outside and waited. After nearly an hour, Naruto was on the verge of dozing off when he heard footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Hiruzen accompanied by Danzo, Hamura, and Koho. Standing up, he greeted, "Haha." The four stopped at the sound of his voice. Hiruzen turned toward him and smiled. "Naruto-kun," he replied warmly. The other three remained silent, their expressions unreadable. "What can I do for you?" Hiruzen continued. Naruto glanced back at Hiruzen and said, "Can I speak with you? Alone?" Hiruzen nodded and addressed the others. "We'll continue this later." The three nodded in agreement, not daring to question the Hokage or Naruto, especially after their previous encounters with him. They walked away without a word. As they left, Naruto shot them a glare that could freeze fire. The air felt charged with his intensity, making the three of them sweat nervously. Hiruzen chuckled softly to himself. "He's definitely Tsunade's son." "Come into my office, Naruto," Hiruzen said. Naruto dropped his glare and entered Hiruzen's office. Once inside, Hiruzen settled into his chair while Naruto remained standing. "What did you want to talk about, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. Naruto took a deep breath and began, "Well, you know my mother's and my uncle's birthdays are coming up next month, as well as Ritsu's. I was thinking I could take some time off to take my family to Uzushio to celebrate." Hiruzen leaned forward. "For how long?" "For the whole month." Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Do I have your permission?" Naruto asked. "Will Jiraiya be traveling with you?" "No. You know this means I'll have to find someone to oversee the hospital until you return." Naruto nodded. "I know." Hiruzen sighed again. "All right. When will you be leaving?" "Next Sunday." Time skipped Saturday. "So, you're leaving?" Minato asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "When?" "Tomorrow." "What are we supposed to do while you're gone?" Hisashi inquired. "Jiraiya will help you train for the Chunin exams." Minato and Hisashi exchanged confused glances. Fugaku stood in the background, listening intently. "Chunin exams?" they echoed. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged surprised looks. "You don't know what the Chunin exams are?" Jiraiya asked. Minato and Hisashi shook their heads. Naruto sighed and began to explain. "The Chunin exams were created by my great-grand-uncle, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. They provide genin with an opportunity to be promoted to Chunin. Although the exams, particularly the final round matches, are designed to have a winner, success does not guarantee promotion, nor does failure prevent it. If the observing Hokage or daimyo believes a genin displays the necessary qualities for a Chunin, that genin will be promoted, regardless of their performance in the exams. Depending on the number of genin, there could be up to 3 or 4 stages." Naruto paused, looking at the three boys. "Are you following so far?" The boys nodded, and Naruto continued. After the explanation, "Naruto-sensei," Minato said, catching Naruto's attention. "Yes." Naruto replied. "Kushina is going with you to Uzushio, right?" Minato asked, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Minato. "Yeah, why?" Fugaku and Hizashi stifled their laughter, while Jiraiya grinned. For a moment, Minato seemed to forget how to breathe, sweating under Naruto's intense gaze. I was just wondering how Kushina was going to train for the Chunin exams, Naruto stammered. Jiraiya burst out laughing until he noticed Naruto's intense stare, reminiscent of the one that haunted him about Tsunade. Now Jiraiya looked as nervous as Minato, both of them trying to hold back their laughter. Naruto turned back to Minato and said, "I'll train Kushina while we're in Uzushio. That's all for today. Go home and rest." "Come on, Jiraiya." With that, Naruto walked off, Jiraiya trailing behind him. Senju. Once they returned, Naruto headed to his room to take a shower before dinner, while Jiraiya searched for Tsunade. Exhausted, all Naruto wanted was to curl up in bed and sleep, but he knew he needed to wash off the sweat first. In the shower, he thought about Minato's feelings for Kushina. He didn't want to interfere with their relationship, but he viewed Kushina as a little sister and didn't want to see her heartbroken. Minato was a good guy, but brothers naturally felt protective of their sisters. Naruto clenched his fists at the thought. Even though Minato was his student, he wouldn't go easy on him. He raised his fists as if to punch the wall but stopped himself, taking a deep breath before turning off the water. After a few minutes, dressed in sweatpants and a t-shirt, Naruto lay comfortably in bed. Just as he began to drift off, he heard the front door open and close. He recognized Kushina's chakra and voice. He finally fell asleep as he heard her footsteps coming up the stairs. An hour later, feeling something touch his forehead, Naruto woke up groggily. He opened his eyes to see his mother sitting beside him, kissing his forehead. "Mom?" he murmured. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Naruto took a moment to sit up. "Tired." Tsunade sensed there was more to it than just tiredness. She felt his forehead and neck, noting he was slightly warmer than usual. "You're running a slight fever. Come downstairs for dinner. After you eat, I want you to take a lukewarm bath. You should also take a break tomorrow." Before she could finish, Naruto interrupted, "Mom, there's something I want to discuss with the whole family during dinner. Can you please call Shizune over?" Tsunade studied him for a moment before nodding. She kissed his forehead again and stood up. "All right, come downstairs. Dinner is almost ready." Downstairs. When Naruto came downstairs, he saw Kushina and his mother at the table. "Naruto!" Tsunade called out. "Can you set the food on the table while I go get Jiraiya and Mito?" Naruto nodded and began placing the food on the table as Tsunade went upstairs. A few minutes later, just as they were about to sit down, there was a knock at the door. Tsunade walked to the door and opened it to find Shizune. "You're just in time. We were getting ready to eat," Tsunade said. A few minutes later, as they neared the end of their meal, Tsunade spoke up. "What did you want to discuss, Naruto?" Naruto looked up from his plate and cleared his throat. "You know, it's almost August, which means it's almost your and Uncle Nawaki's birthday. I want to do something special for both of you." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, and Nawaki paused mid-bite. "Where are you going with this?" "I want to take the family to Uzushio to celebrate." Tsunade gasped, and Nawaki dropped his chopsticks. Kushina and Mito tensed. "Uzushio?" Tsunade stuttered. "I haven't been to Uzushio-gakure in years," Mito said. "That's why I want to take you all there. I know how much you miss it, I miss it too." Tsunade sighed. "When are we leaving?" "Tomorrow." Naruto then turned to Shizune. "Shizune, if you'd like, you can come with us." Shizune shook her head. "While you're gone, I can take care of the house and cover your shifts at the hospital." Naruto nodded. "All right." An hour later, everyone was asleep while Naruto wrote a letter. The letter was for Ritsu. Not only was he planning to celebrate his mother and uncle's birthdays, but he also wanted to celebrate hers. He wanted to leave early in the morning so they could spend more time in Uzushio, and if he wanted Ritsu to join them, she needed to know. Once he finished writing the letter, he summoned a messenger bird, tied the letter to its leg, and sent it off. Ritsu's house. Ritsu was getting ready for bed when she heard a tap on her window. She looked outside and saw a messenger bird with a letter attached to its leg. She opened the window and took the letter. After reading it, she began to pack some clothes. Tears filled her eyes. She hadn't been to Yuzushio since moving here, and it was incredibly sweet of Naruto to want to celebrate her birthday in her home village. She couldn't wait for morning to arrive. Once they arrived in Yuzushio, the royal guards escorted them through the city, showcasing the main attractions, even though Ritsu was already familiar with them. It had been a long time since Mito had visited, having left her home when she married Hashirama. Tears welled in her eyes as memories of her old life and friends flooded back. Oh, how she missed Yuzushio! After an hour of sightseeing, the guards took them to one of the best restaurants in the village for lunch, followed by a visit to the Uzumaki compound, where the Uzukage and his family resided. Ritsu felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. She hadn't seen or spoken to her family since moving to Konoha, and she missed them dearly. After a while of traveling, the group finally reached the Uzumaki compound. At the gates, they were greeted by the Uzukage and his family. Ritsu rushed ahead to embrace her father, mother, and sister. Kushina also stepped forward to hug the family that had taken her in after the loss of her own parents during a mission. Once the family reunion concluded, the Uzukage welcomed the others inside. "You all must be tired. Come in, we've already set up your rooms." Naruto was just finishing unpacking his belongings when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." The door slowly opened to reveal a pretty young woman with long red hair, dressed in a kimono. "Hello, I'm Yumiko, Ritsu's sister. You must be Naruto, right?" Naruto nodded. "Yes." Yumiko crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Naruto mirrored her stance, showing he wasn't intimidated. Few moments, Yumiko uncrossed her arms and nodded. "I like you, and you're quite handsome. You're perfect for my sister, but if you ever hurt her..." She cracked her knuckles, making her point clear. "I'll never hurt Ritsu," Naruto assured her. "Good." She smiled and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Today was the day Tsunade's birthday. Naruto had the entire day planned out. First, he would let her sleep in until 11 because he knew she needed to relax. Next, they would head into the village for brunch. Then, he would take her shopping, buying her whatever she desired. If they got hungry again, they would stop for dango. Finally, after shopping for most of the day, they would return to the compound, where the staff would have prepared a special dinner and cake. It was almost noon when Naruto and Tsunade set out for brunch. He took her to the same restaurant the royal guards had brought them to upon their arrival. They ordered nearly everything on the brunch menu and even enjoyed some sake at Tsunade's insistence. After brunch, they went shopping. Tsunade spotted many items she had wanted to buy but couldn't when they first arrived. They spent so much time shopping that they took a break for dango before heading back to the stores. Thankfully, Naruto had brought storage seals with him. As the sun began to set, they made their way back to the compound. By the time they arrived, darkness had fallen, and the lights were off inside. Tsunade, being the skilled kunoichi she was, remained on high alert. Naruto, aware of the surprise waiting for her, walked calmly behind her. Being sensors, they navigated through the dark with ease. The day before, Naruto had warned everyone to suppress their chakra so Tsunade wouldn't sense them. Somehow, he managed to get in front of her and lead her to the dining area where everyone was hiding. Naruto stopped and turned to face his mother. "Mom." Tsunade paused and turned to him. "What's wrong?" At that moment, all the lights in the compound turned on, and everyone jumped out from behind the furniture. "Happy birthday!" Tsunade jumped back in surprise. Naruto laughed and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek, playfully taking the kunai she had hidden behind her back. "Happy birthday, Mom." A few days later, it was finally Nawaki's birthday. Tsunade treated her little brother to breakfast in bed, just as Naruto had done for her. In the afternoon, she took him out for lunch, having made reservations at the same restaurant Naruto had taken her to for brunch. By the time they returned, it was dark, and the staff at the compound had prepared a special dinner for him, complete with ice cream and cake. After a week, it was finally Ritsu's birthday. Her family had planned a celebration, but they weren't the only ones honoring her special day. As the second princess, all of Yuzushio was celebrating her birthday with a festival in her honor that afternoon. After breakfast, the royal family headed to a private training ground behind the compound. The Uzushio wanted to see how much Ritsu had improved in her hand-to-hand combat since moving to Konoha. Everyone gathered outside, excited to witness the spar. None of the Leaf Ninja, except Naruto, had seen Ritsu fight before. "Who would like to take on my daughter?" the Uzukage asked proudly. Before anyone could respond, Yumiko stepped forward and declared loudly, "I nominate Naruto to fight my dear sister." Naruto's eyes widened in shock as others, except for Tsunade, voiced their agreement. "All right, Naruto, please step up." Hesitantly, Naruto walked toward Ritsu. As he passed Yumiko, she whispered reassuringly, "You won't hurt my sister." Once he reached Ritsu, she echoed the sentiment. "You won't hurt me, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded and smiled as her father approached them. "All right, whoever gets the other to submit wins. Begin." It took an hour for Naruto to get Ritsu to submit. She almost had him a few times, but now they were off to the festival. As night fell, the festival began to wind down. They had gone to a restaurant for dinner and enjoyed plenty of strawberries coated in sugar. It appears to be Ritsu's favorite dessert. Now they were sitting on a hill, waiting for the fireworks to close out the festival. Ritsu was sitting beside Naruto, expressing her appreciation for everything he had done for her. Naruto smiled, a light blush creeping onto his cheeks. "You're welcome." They sat in a comfortable silence, gazing up at the sky when they heard the countdown for the fireworks. It felt almost like New Year's Eve. Naruto began to fidget, the blush on his face deepening. He looked away, taking deep breaths before turning back to Ritsu. "Ritsu, there's something I want to ask you." Ritsu turned to face Naruto, concern etched on her features. "Is something wrong?" The blush on Naruto's face spread down to his neck. No. I just wanted to ask you why you would like to be my G-girlfriend." Naruto turned away, his face as red as Ritsu's hair. He couldn't believe he had mustered the courage to say that. "What if she rejects me?" he thought anxiously. As the countdown reached 5, Naruto felt a gentle hand on the side of his face. Ritsu turned him back around to meet her gaze. All she saw was love and a hint of worry in his eyes. She smiled and pulled him closer, sharing a sweet kiss just as the fireworks lit up the sky. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, completely captivated by the moment. He was so focused on Ritsu that he barely noticed the fireworks exploding around them. Once he regained his confidence, he closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around her waist, while she encircled her arms around his neck. After what felt like an eternity, they finally pulled back for air. Ritsu blushed as she rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. "What took you so long?" "I was afraid I would have to ask you out." Naruto chuckled, pulling her closer. "Love you too." The morning had finally arrived. It was around 5 o'clock when Naruto heard a tapping sound on his window. He sat up in his bed and looked towards the noise. He saw a messenger bird outside his window. He opened the window and took the note from the bird's leg. The letter was from the Hokage, stating that a traveling ship from Uzushio would pick them up at 7 o'clock. Naruto rubbed his eyes and wrote a note, thanking the Hokage for his help, and sent the bird off. He went to the bathroom to wash up and then made breakfast after waking everyone up, informing them that they were leaving at 6. After breakfast, everyone packed the things they would need for the trip. It was already 6 o'clock when Shizune and Jiraiya arrived before they were ready to leave. Jiraiya explained that he would be taking the boys on their first D-rank mission and that they would be leaving around 8 o'clock. Finally, it was time for them to leave. As they departed, they exchanged farewells. Shizune assured them that she would take good care of the compound in their absence. At 7 o'clock, they arrived at the harbor, waiting for the ship that would take them to Uzushio. Suddenly, a few ANBU appeared with the Hokage behind them, and Ritsu was also with them. Naruto felt a rush of warmth when he saw her but quickly composed himself as the Hokage began to speak. "Naruto, I knew you were taking Ritsu with you on the trip, so I decided to escort her here." Naruto nodded. "Thank you." Ritsu walked over to Naruto and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. "Good morning and thank you for this." She then greeted Kushina and the others. Nawaki approached Naruto, teasing him and causing him to blush once more. Naruto playfully nudged his uncle's arm and jogged over to Ritsu to chat, while his family watched from a distance. Look at them, they're so cute, Nawaki remarked. Everyone else agreed, while Tsunade, being the protective mother she was, simply glared at them. After a few minutes, the ship finally arrived. They boarded the vessel after saying their goodbyes to the Hokage. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at Yuzushigakure. The journey had been surprisingly pleasant. Upon their arrival, royal guards escorted them to the city, ensuring the safety of the youngest princess, Ritsu, as well as the family of the late princess, Mito.